how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases,
dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same
and the
National
Senate,
Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I am also a publicly elected official.
Okay.
My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
We will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they're just promised, they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used for everything and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And just like that, it's Thursday. It's Thursday, the 16th of July. You thought this day wouldn't come. It has. It's here. And voila.
Voila.
Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Nico Salama. How is your morning so far?
My morning is good by the grace of God. Nashukuru sana.
Tell the truth. Okay.
Yeah, the truth is for you. Yeah, I'm Kopoa.
Ukopoa?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Go all color. It's that morning.
You know what?
Yeah, everything is in all color.
Yeah, it's all kalau. Really, it's all kalau.
Kalau, yeah.
Yeah.
Including police, all kalau.
Water cannons, all
kalau.
We're all in kalau this morning.
Everything is in all kalau.
Yeah. So today, all kalau decides, but beyond that, beyond apparently, for what we've even been told for all intents and purposes, maybe more importance has been placed on who's going to be the political bigwig, who's going to then get the bragging rights after this by-election, and not necessarily what is the position or the decision of the people when they actually take the votes.
Are you trying to say that the people have been put on the corner? All you're looking at is who will be having the biggest kahunas coming the 2027 elections?
No, the people have not been put in the corner. People have been put in a barrel, inside in a bottle, in a barrel, underground. The people just have not even shown up here, except for receiving here and there. They are actually the currency that bigwigs have paid to buy or gain political expediency
to further their agenda.
That is what we've seen. And tell me something different if that's not the case, and if you're really thinking that it's the people of Olkala who are deciding today, then perhaps we have another thing coming. And we need to be awake to those realities, no matter what. It's Thursday. Good morning. In case you live on Pluto, it's the day when a by-election that is going to determine who the new member of parliament will be for Olkala constituency in Nyandarua County. That's going to happen today.
Who's the governor in Nyandarua County?
Oi, it's forgettable. Can't remember. I'll remember in a minute. But that's the decisions that will be taken today. And of course, we're going to be looking into what's going on there. The polls are going to open in a short while. And if they haven't already, the polls are going to open in a short while and people are going to make the decision. And then in a very short time, we'll then be able to find out what the decision has been. And who will then be able to, again, like we said, get the bragging rights for that particular area just because of that. It should have been that the people get the bragging rights because they're the ones who've made the decision, but, you know, the game that we're playing at the moment. So a very good morning to you, everybody. We're delving into that conversation today and a number of other things that will then, you know, take the front seat when it comes to that. Very good morning to you. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. It's Dennis Aseto and Nduh Okoh with you this morning in the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and we'll be talking about a number of things around this by-election. And I'll let you know what those are in just a minute. Our live streams are up, like I just said, and a very good morning to our audience on KTN this morning. EVE, Marion, Skitty, Joyline, Mutanu, all the ladies making the things work in the background. A round of applause. I don't say it enough, but I appreciate you. Am I going to have a teary moment? No. But we appreciate everything that you do to then be able to get the wheels of steel turning for us to do this every day. So karibuni sana. Let's get into it with me telling you what it is that we're going to talk about today. It's All Kalau Decides, and it starts at 7 a.m. with a conversation just around this and essentially what that looks like. The politics of legalities. Lawyer and political analyst Fanya Mambo Kenuthia joins us at 7 o'clock. And then All Kalau Decides again at 8 o'clock with governance and lessons with Chepkoech Towet, who is a governance analyst. She talks with us at 8 o'clock. And in between these hours, of course, we'll be going on the ground. KTN's reporters Ken Gashuhi and Alan Ochanda are in All Kalau, and we'll be getting, you know, bits and bobs from them in terms of what's happening so that we can be abreast of issues on the ground. And then we'll wrap it up at 9 o'clock with a conversation with Eric Okoh, who is a security and governance expert. All Kalau Decides, security goons and reclaiming the country. That's the conversation that we will have with Eric Okoh at 9. You, at 9 o'clock, trot off to KTN to then start that conversation. Nduh. Okay, so Dennis goes to continue that coverage on KTN at 9. But, you know, we'll continue with our conversations as we do. We'll say hello to you in a minute. You'll tell us where you're tuned in from this morning and how things are looking for you. All right? But before that, you've taken us to Libya this week. Where are we?
Yeah, I was just looking up on a few things in Libya. And ever since the fall of Muammar Gaddafi, can anyone ever talk about the democracy that was being taken to Libya and whether it does exist today? One would say that idea of democracy that Libya wanted to achieve is something that continues to be a mirage, continues to be a story, you know. But there is hope. Even the people are hopeful that perhaps they would get to enjoy things that they enjoyed before, even as they continue to push for the modern day democracy that everybody is pushing. But let's go to the proverb. A thief is a thief, whether he steals meat from a pot of soup or he steals diamonds.
A thief is a thief, whether he steals meat from a pot of soup or
he steals diamonds.
Or steals diamonds. Okay, yes, indeed. You are who you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
That person is who that person is. So I guess there is no greater evil than another. And I know that, like, even in biblicals, that it talks about the 7 sins that God hates, but that sin is sin. Evil is evil. You can't say, well, my evil is just a little bit.
A little bit.
The concentration of my evil is only 16% vis-a-vis or 67%. No, it doesn't work like that. You know. So I mean, wrong is wrong. Bad is bad. And can you know, and I know that there's some things for which there are greater punishments, but, you know, let's call it as it is.
Yep.
Call a spade and not a big spoon.
Yeah. And I think it also goes to show you that if, just bring it back home, if someone has stolen before and they steal again because you allow them to, it's just who they are and don't expect them to change
because
at any given point. It's just because that's who they are. 2027.
Yeah, it's coming.
It's coming.
That's for sure.
Yes.
All right, let's take a minute to say good morning to you guys. You tuned in this morning. Peter Kiarie says, tuning from Mombasa. No religion in the world is greater than kindness. no scripture is deeper than compassion. No prayer is holier than love. You know, it's true. And they say it's even in the same scriptures sometimes. And the greatest of these is love. So of these three remain faith, hope, and love. And the greatest is love. The greatest actually is love. Love on somebody a little bit more today. G. Kenyan says, good morning from Nairobi. Good morning to you. Robert Mbogo is also tuned in from Mombasa. And a very good morning to you, Karibu Sana, to the 16th of July. James says, hello. The only price fit for loyalty is trust. If anyone receives cash for it, they simply mean to con the giver. Sindo? Henry says, good morning, Spice family. Dennis and Nduh, Lero ni Lero. I remember in school a magician would come. You guys used to get a magician in your school?
Yeah.
What kind of fancy school is that? Swallow razor blades and vomit needles.
Yeah.
It was not, if it was true, today the same magician would be performing. People, you guys used to have magicians come to your school?
Especially during, what would that be? The show? Like the SK shows.
Voila.
Kichwa bila mwili. Someone just dug a pit and got in there and like kichwa bila mwili and you had to pay.
Njeri school, they used to come every week.
Every week?
Magicians.
Wow. Wow.
What school did you?
What school is that?
Bougie you. You guys had magicians and stuff. Okay. Fantastic. Mark Mwangi says, good morning, Spice family. We speak peace in today's election. Losing a life is one too many. Godspeed. Indeed, we pray for protection throughout today. And that anybody who is planning on doing anything untoward, that they may be stopped in their tracks even before they wake up from their beds. That's a good prayer to pray.
Yes.
Roger Nyange tuned in from Voi this morning, and Oseno Mark says, tune in from Namboboto City in Busia. It is market day in Funyula, and we shall be discussing the All-Kalau by-elections happening today. Blessed Thursday, good people, and to you too. Good morning, Christina. Nduh and Aseto, yes. Have you come across the guy, Mr. Mwema, who randomly does polls across the country? The polls that you're talking about, polls asking people, or polls like electricity poll?
Yeah, polls. Opinion polls.
Oh, opinion polls.
Yes.
Ruto is always the first to be eliminated. I don't trust that poll where Ruto had over 30%. Oh, it's just a guy who's like walking around with a microphone in the city. Oh, okay, yes, I think I've seen that.
I actually like what it does because it's just with random people on the road and like hapa iko huyu na huyu sasa wewe unasemaje huyu ameenda nyumbani.
Yeah, the process of elimination is IEBC. Perhaps you need to learn a lesson from that guy because no Kim's kid, whatever is elimination. 1 2 1 2 we go. Yep, true. Simon Muhio says, good morning, Team Spice. I wish the good people of All-Kalau a peaceful voting day. Yes. Nashon Gogi says, good morning, Nduh and Dennis. Nabi Deno, you strike again. I'm wondering why the judge never declared the gun lost since 2015. Not many civilians own guns, but just like you stated, once again, tunabebwa omena. You see, I've told you, people have now understood this my omena story.
Guys.
They have finally understood my omena story. Do you understand? Yeah. Thank you. They get it.
You know how much I love omena. Leo lacha nifunguke.
I don't know why.
I love omena.
Why? What's the matter with you?
But you know, omena is just little fish.
Exactly.
It's just not
why
grown
eat the little
to
fish?
maturity.
You see? What you're eating babies. Unaona sasa?
Babies.
Juvenile fish.
No.
That's what you're eating.
That is meant to be
leave
eaten.
the babies alone.
That's meant to be. Have you ever eaten omena?
Really? Look at me.
I'm asking.
No.
Or you only eat caviar. Now you eat the eggs.
Shut up.
You and your bullshitness, you're eating the eggs.
Did you hear?
Wait for them to even mature. Okay.
In fact, there's a new saying. Wana beba omena. Beba umena.
Wait, leave omena alone.
I love it. Oh my God. Nashon, well done. You're my new best friend. Eric Yoga says, good morning, Wangwana. We have a new day. Let's hope it comes with new things. Waiting for the by-election. Wanda says, good morning. Oh, Christina saying, if we invite Infotrack poll guys, bring them alongside Mr. Mwema. Sindio?
True.
That would be a fun show, I think. And also to get some insights, to find out, maybe you could learn a thing or two from this guy and how he does it. Good morning, Nduh and Aseto says, Wanda, did you watch the game? Yes. Unfortunately, bye, Miss... No, it's England. Okay. It's England is going home. And Lionel Messi just proved again why he's a farm animal.
Meh.
Exactly.
Okay.
England scored and then parked their bus so early. Argentina was able to attack until they scored 2. Hope France comes third and Spain wins. So people are rooting for Spain to win this and that Argentina can actually go home. The reason as to why people don't want Argentina to win has actually become political if you're on some of these spaces and to see what exactly is happening Argentina vis-a-vis Africans. So, you want to look at that. It's quite interesting. But it looks like Spain are the favourites for this World Cup. It'll be interesting to see. We'll talk about this a little bit tomorrow. Robinson and Davis join us tomorrow to have this World Cup analysis. So that's something to look into.
Davis Odongomberia.
That's
why calling people with their
and Robinson. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
That will be fun tomorrow as they join us to have that conversation. So yes, Argentina's through to the final. They'll be playing the Spaniards, and we're already saying "Vámonos." Okay.
Vámonos.
Good morning, SpiceFM, KE, TSR fam. This is David Mangera, and he says, Argentina will win the World Cup from the look of things. Well, let's see. You didn't see Spain coming, did you? Leo says, good morning, Princess Nduh. Hello, Princess Nduh and Aseto. Today is the day all Kalau goes to war and needs water cannons and more than 1,000 security agents to quell the war. Sindo? Yeah, it looks like we're going to war for some reason. Dan Stilagat says, good morning. A dog that pretends to be a sheep will one day bark in the pen. Yes, it will. Or the hyena that you pick up from the road and think it's a dog will one day laugh at you as it eats you. Leo says, I heard a citizen has taken a petition to the Senate to enforce the We the People clause in recall every elected leader, but as always our non-existent legislators will put a roadblock on it. Of course. Can you imagine what would happen if somebody came for your job? Do you not see yourself defending it? They would defend it by all means necessary.
But we the people.
Exactly. Somebody also took something else to court yesterday. What was that?
He took a bill to a petition actually to Parliament requesting
to stop this by-election for today.
There is that.
Yes.
And then there is another petition to talk about ED, erectile dysfunction.
Why do they have to take it to court?
They want... actually, it was taken to Parliament.
So that what?
Because they want SHA to cover that as a disease and disability, because at the moment, SHA does not cover that.
Yeah, okay. Well, things might look up.
Yeah.
Things might actually look up.
I have to salute.
Okay. Sylvia Legua says, good morning, my lovely duo, Nduh and Dennis. We are officially at 390 days to freedom. Walala. Let's hope all Kalaulians will have a peaceful voting day and vote the right leader. May they make us proud. Okay, here we go. Drift Session says, good morning. All Kalau roars and England cowers. Imagine. However, it is very interesting that a senior member of the legislature could lose his gun, which would later be used in a captured robbery. Yeah, how do you lose a gun? It's not like your earring.
Yeah.
Falls out of your ear. How do you lose a gun? Did you drop it in the supermarket? Or what happens with that?
I just no longer use it. So it dropped somewhere, and because I don't use it, then
it turns up in a robbery.
Yeah.
Oh, please. Wana tubeba nini?
Ufala.
Oh, mena.
Ufala.
One man's.
Imagine a man is just looking at you peacefully.
Okay. Hisa Daniel says, good morning. Good morning to you. Robert is also tuned in. Robert Abusa is tuned in this morning. Erica War says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Bernard Kiniti says, good morning. This World Cup, what did the World Cup do? Ooh, these things are just coming fast and furious. Tibbs Muge, so let's start with Tibbs. Says, good morning, SpiceFM team. Kenya needs a copy of Prince Michelle's plan ASAP. Start the plan as soon as possible, preferably yesterday. Sylvia, we see you. Good morning to you. Drift Session, of course, we understand. Bernard Kiniti says, good morning. The World Cup is giving me heartaches. Champs of Europe and champs Copa America. Aseto, who watches number 3? Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see who wins that. Between France and England, we see who is rooting for who. Okay, Nancy Abura says, good morning. Eric, we see you. Very good morning to you as well. Leo ndio ile siku ya kujua mbivu na mbichi. What's mbivu?
Mbivu. Bitter.
Oh, bitter and then raw.
Yeah.
Mbichi's raw. Uncooked.
Yeah.
Robert Asusa says, Lusa said, good morning. Okay, this YouTube thing. Very good morning to you. Karibu sana. Thank you for joining us in the room this morning. Robert Abusa and Hisa Daniel says, good morning. If they visit you and you give them money, and when you visit them, you will still give them money. Who are they? It's like a riddle.
It's them.
It's them. Exactly.
Them.
It's Kenny's tune in this morning. Good morning, Princess Nduh and Aseto. A very good day today, Asante Sana. Frederick Kavoy says, for sure, let all Kalau get the bragging rights. Let the people get the bragging rights. That's what I say.
Yes.
Kins and Friends says, good morning, Spice family. May this day be the blessings to each and everyone across the country. Let love be the only human nature among citizens. Absolutely. Eric Yoga says, God is good, Team Kubwa. So in all Kalau, for every 6 voters, there is one policeman. Kenya, my country. Yes, there is.
Yes.
Count how many people are in all Kalau.
Yeah.
It's Kenny says 3 heavily guarded places today. 1, State House, 2, CBK, and finally all Kalau. Luhimbo says, good morning. As usual, tuned in from Dar, Asante Sana. I thank God for the life and another day. I wish you all the best and peaceful elections in all Kalau. G. Kenya says, hakuna dhambi ndogo mbele ya Bwana. Kabisa. Daniel Churu says, good morning, my faves. Wishing all Kalau a peaceful and fair by-election. IEBC chair and his commission should know that the eyes of Kenyans are all on them. Kenya's democracy is on trial again today. Hosanna Emily says, good morning. Leo ni leo. Asemaya kesho ni muongo. May God prevail in our hearts. Yes,
Amen.
May he. Paul Olaka says, tuned in. Good morning, Leo. We wait for all Kalau. Issa Mathenge says, good morning, watching from Diani Ukunda. Very good morning to you. D Combo says, good morning, lovely ones. Now, Skiza Hapa Shopping Center, Nikicheza Isikuti. Hey, mapema, bro. Yeah. Okay. Mashara Njeri says, good morning, Team Spice, Nduh and Dennis. All Kalau is where the action is. My hometown from Portland in Oregon. So you are watching from Portland in Oregon.
Yeah.
What is happening in your hometown of all Kalau?
Yeah.
Sawa. Fred Magera says, David Magera, beg your pardon, says, exactly, Deno, you just read my mind. If you eat eggs, then you're eating boneless chicken, baby chicken. Nduh, if Argentina wins, we'll give you a rooster. Okay, I can jive with that. I like my chicken.
You like your chicken?
Yes.
Road run?
Yes.
That one slaps
the
hard.
Stuff,
Yeah.
proper. I hate people eating baby fish.
No, you eat eggs. Let's go.
Good morning, Spice FM. How are you all this blessed Thursday? Hope Ronaldo is watching 2026 World Cup football. Messi, let's go. Okay. Christina Wasonga says, good morning, Spice. Tuned in. The World Cup is giving me heartache. Just relax. Good morning, Nitos from Goya, Kirinyaga County. Very good morning to you, Anthony. Raskador says, good morning, my spicy people. May the people of all Kalau begin the journey to the Kenya we want. Yes. Joe Mungai says, good morning, Spice Nation. Today's contest has nothing to do with the voter. It's all about the 2 puppeteers, Ruto and Kashagwa. I've said it for the longest time. You voter what? And Divine says, haha, Dennis, hapo umetudanganya. Mbivu is ripe, not bitter, as in fruits. Oh.
How can mbivu be ripe? See, imeiva and you ripe. Imeiva.
Sasa unaniuliza mimi?
Sumeiva.
See what you did there.
Imagine me telling you, Nduh, wewe ni mbivu. Umeiva loves better.
I don't even know. You can even be insulting me and my grandmother. I have no idea.
Sure I'm not. Sure I'm not.
Good morning, everybody. We're so delighted that you tuned in today. Let's get into these conversations. We are going to see what's happening in the air and on the ground, and then we'll come and see what's going on in the headlines. Stay with us. A very good morning to you, everybody who's tuned into the Situation Room this morning. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We get into it right after this. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
Slightly cloudy conditions in Nairobi, mostly cloudy, I beg your pardon, at 12 degrees, and we're going into clear skies later. We'll see a high of 25 and a low of 13. It's 15 and clear in Nakuru, and 13 and sunny looking into Njeri. 18 and clear conditions in Kisumu, and it's clear at 17 in Kakamega. 23 and mostly sunny in Mombasa, while at 24 it is sunny into Malindi. Sunny conditions at 18 looking into Marsabit, while at 17 it is clear in Kampala. It's clear at 21 in Dar es Salaam, while 6 degrees and clear in Johannesburg. At 26 it's cloudy into Lagos and mostly clear at 17 in London. 30 and cloudy conditions into Beijing, and Wednesday night is mostly cloudy at 27 in New York. Coming into a Thursday, we'll see a high of 36 and a low of 24.
Chilled Spice. Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, so what does it look like this morning? A little bit of traffic, just a smidgen of it as you come towards the Pangani underpass. That's coming off of Thika Superhighway. People still kind of stretching and yawning and trying to put the ignition on your vehicles this morning. So it's not in terms of traffic. Folks have gotten where they need to go if they've left early. And everybody's going to join the foray that will be traffic in a very short while. There's a little bit of it on Jogo Road as you head out towards Landis and then on towards Haile Selassie. It's one to watch. But for now, we're not seeing too much of anything right now. So it's a good day. So far, so good. Let's keep an eye on things and try to keep it moving. We'll let you know how things get sticky if they do. SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Hii Julai, toa baridi na bei chini, burudani juu kwenye Star Times. Usikose sura ya pili, simulizi ya ziada. Mwanamke aliyetelekezwa na mumewe Sam na kujikuta akikabiliwa na maamuzi magumu. Je, atabaki na kupigania ndoa yake au ataondoka na kuanza ukurasa mpya wa maisha? Jiunge na waigizaji Anita Wawuda, Gibson Hausa, Michael Saruni, Ivy Wanjiku na Jovial kila Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa saa 2 kamili kwenye Rembo TV. Pata aerial decoder kwa shilingi 1399 tu na dish decoder kwa shilingi 2499 pekee. Jiunge leo katika maduka yetu kote nchini Kenya. Bonyeza star 858 hash kurenew subscription yako na kuenjoy offer ya kupata upgrade to the next high bouquet valid till 31st July. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
What's on the front page of the Standard, Kenya's bold newspaper today, is Rigathi versus Ruto. D-Day in All Kalau. More than 1,000 police officers have descended on All Kalau as voters head to the ballot after weeks of violence, alleged vote buying, claims of state interference and accusations of bias against the IEBC. While the Electoral Commission insists the unprecedented security deployment is meant to safeguard the integrity of the vote, the opposition sees intimidation and selective enforcement of the law. The mini poll became more than a contest, rather has become more than a contest for a parliamentary seat. It is a test of the country's democratic practices, of the IEBC's credibility, and how 2027 general election may shape up. All of these things is in the thing. And here, can you see what I was saying?
Yeah.
The people of Al Kalau are not mentioned once.
Yes.
And this is just picked up from a narrative that is very clear on the ground. So this headline tells you the story as it is. But one thing is sure. You know what, at some point you even forget who the candidates were. Did you know that except for the senator for Senator Methu singing Sami Waweru Kamau. Did you know that was one of the candidates? Did you know that both the candidates that are in contention for these two parties are both called Sami? Did you know that in this by-election there were 8 other candidates, that there was a total of 10 candidates for this parliamentary seat? Did you even know who the candidates were? So my point again, that this is not about you, me, or the people of All Kalau.
If you ask the people today what they know about All Kalau, one is that they have a dam, because now they have boats.
Okay.
It is the only constituency in the country that has government cooking gas. It is the only constituency in the country as well who have GOK mattresses that was distributed to the people. It is also the only constituency right now that is swimming in billions.
Cinder?
Yeah.
Well, apart from that, I think it's interesting that finally you see their faces.
Yeah.
On the day when now people are already heading to the polls to vote for these two, to vote for these and 8 other gentlemen in this by-election. I think it's very interesting.
Do you think the people of All Kalau know who the front runners in this election are?
No, I don't. It's just that people were singing a song dressed in a head scarf and leso, and others were maybe mentioning their name every now and then. Yeah, for real. It would be interesting if you actually did a poll. In fact, that's one of the things that Alan should talk to us about, or Ken, and tell us whether people actually know these candidates that they are voting for. And looking into other news that's making the headlines today, Uganda military sets tough conditions for Kenyan herders. And they've basically said, you want to cross over here? The Ugandan government has authorized drought-affected Turkana herders to cross into the Karamoja sub-region for water and pasture, but only under tight security measures. The herders must leave all firearms in Kenya. Community leaders are requested to formally guarantee that no armed groups will enter Uganda. Kotido Resident District Commissioner Charles Ichogor said the pastoralists would be restricted to designated grazing zones under Ugandan supervision. So yes, we know that this part of the country is one that is actually experiencing a drought at the moment. So the Ugandans have said, you want your cattle to graze? No problem. But do what? Leave your weapons over there.
Yeah.
No armed people, and you can only graze over here.
And also come as groups so that we can handle you.
Exactly.
You know what, Nduh?
Yes.
What we can do as a country, based off research, cattle likes hay. Like hay that is dry. It likes
Grass.
that hay, you know. But we'll think about feeding our cattle from grass that is on ground and whatever. We can intentionally decide to grow hay and take to these areas. If we are intentional in growing the livestock industry, cattle, meat, milk, and leather. You get? But we're doing things like our forefathers did, like our ancestors did, and think that that will still make sense in the 21st century. We can grow grass. Galana kolalu hoi.
Okay. You notice I'm quiet.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
I try to give solutions.
I hear you. It's very good.
The PS, former Deputy Governor Nairobi, right?
Ooh, the PS for livestock. Is Jonathan Mweke.
Mweke, yeah. Jonathan Mweke, free advice.
Oh, okay.
I'm not charging yet.
Oh, okay. Yet. This is a story that's also on page 2 of the Standard. Parent sues a school and head teacher for suspending girl in an Airbnb saga. On July 3rd, Hospital Hill Comprehensive School Home sent home a grade 8 student and directed that she's taken for counselling at a government-owned institution. Why? The mother was required to accompany her back to school on the 20th of July. The school's head teacher indicated that the teen had booked an Airbnb during the midterm break and had been seen with a male learner, and therefore the need for counselling. Do you see now the problem? You've decided, you see now that you've booked an Airbnb with this boy, you're not okay. Do we ever get to the root cause of an issue? Anyway, so they've suspended her and all of this, and the parent have said, you want to play with my daughter? Take you to court.
The person who actually accepted cash when this girl was booking the Airbnb, what were they thinking of?
There's so many things wrong with this story. There's so many things wrong with this story because anybody could argue, first of all, they were on midterm at that moment. None of them were in school. They were doing their business outside of school. First of all, how did you find it? How did you know that they had booked it? There's so many layers of wrong in this entire story in the first place. It's now a full-blown court battle. The minor's mother is accusing the school management of invading her privacy and making false accusations. The mother, in her case against the school, the head teacher and the chair of the board of management and the Teacher Service Commission, argues that she was aware of her daughter's whereabouts during the break. So if me, her mother, knows where she is and I'm okay and she's on break, why are you, number one, getting into her business? Number two, why are you concerned about what she's doing when she's on the midterm? And why are you making it public? The law is sometimes very clear.
True.
In this case, she's got a case because what business is it of yours what's happening?
She's on midterm. She's home.
She accuses the teacher of illegally accessing the girl's Instagram account during the course of the institution's investigations. Exactly. Another problem. She cites the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner and the Commission on Administrative Justice as interested parties. It's just... I'm telling you. Because even this teacher, my God.
Yeah, what are you doing?
What were you thinking at the point? See, they knew that there was... Unless there's another issue under here that they wanted to deal with and they were using this as a proxy to now sort out that problem. See, now you just come out and say the problem as this girl is troublesome. What is the case? So the school claims the grade 8 student was booked in an Airbnb and with another learner during the midterm break, and the mother accuses the school of falsehood, saying she was aware that the girl was at a party. Tawa. Sasa, you maybe saw the confirmation that we've booked the Airbnb where ukaona ni na a boy alone. Do you see the
there
problem?
was a party.
Mm.
Okay.
Makaya, chronicler of an 18 World Cup on his unmatched journey. After almost 70 years covering the world's biggest sporting event, Makaya prepares to retire. The 91-year-old Argentine broadcaster has chronicled football history from Pele's rise and Maradona's magic to Messi's win. And so he's saying goodbye. Mushelule is the guy with the missing gun. Now, his gun has been found in the home of a criminal. Come on, guys, connect the dots and see if it draws a gun. Yeah, because what? A firearm belonging to the Court of Appeal Judge Agri Mushelule was discovered in the house of a suspected robber who was gunned down in Joska, Machakos County on Monday. So we saw that the police, they actually gunned down this fella because he's the one who was said to be robbing people around the Westlands, whatever area. Then now this gun that was found in his house happens to be the gun of Judge Mushelule, and now people are wondering,
Wait.
He had lost his gun.
So this guy had 2 guns?
Who, Mushelule?
No. These are Chiang.
I mean, he's a thug. He could have had 5.
Crazy, eh?
It is crazy. Also, see, Sifuna want details of payouts to protest victims. They say, you're paying people out this money. Have you started paying them? How much are you actually paying them? Because you can tell us you pay 2 million, but you pay 200,000.
Or 0 shillings.
Integrity of mini election under scrutiny as voters head to the ballot, and they're doing that this morning. And over 1,000 security officers in place amid fears of election malpractice. I'm still wondering what these police people are going to do.
I don't know.
What are they actually going to do there? Okay. Court battle looms over JSC plan to publish judges' performance. That has never happened before, whereby you publish it and say that this judge has done 1, 2, 3. And so they're saying it's interesting that the JSC has a problem. They're going to take it to court. Which court?
Yeah.
Where the judge sits, who is also scrutinized by the JSC. Do you see how you just muddy the waters?
Yeah.
Who's going to... There is no way that bias will not be brought into this. And that how can a court be independent when the JSC, which is the regulatory body of the judiciary, now is being put to task? So many things. Inside the 6.4 billion shilling payroll scam, 14 state agencies and counties have been implicated. And in the middle of all of this is Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku. 6.4 billion shillings is the cumulative amount of money siphoned by rogue officials via payroll fraud in various state agencies, departments, and counties. You've had those things of ghost workers and the like.
Yeah.
Do you?
Let's not say siphoned, stolen.
Okay.
Let's just call it for what it is.
That's been
stolen.
If a thief who stole a chicken is the same who stole a diamond.
Okay.
Journalists demand protection in the line of duty, as they should. State repeating costly errors of secrecy debt in the SGR extension. This one that they're extending it from Suswa to Malaba. How much money are you actually spending? Don't repeat the mistake, essentially, is what we're being told. So it goes on to say that Ogamba tasked to explain falling TVET enrollments and funding gaps. A lot of TVET students still complaining to date that they have not received money even when they apply for them. On the opinion pages today, Elias Makua talks about those killed during protests did not die according to God's plan, and so this must be compensated in one way or another. All right, you already know what's happening with World Cup news. Tell us about what's going on in the nation.
Nation rumble in the mountain is the headline. Now, 9 candidates are vying for the Okoh parliamentary seat today. Now, President Ruto and his former deputy Rigathi Gachagua are relying on polls outcome to test their influence in the region. Finally, someone is trusting and believing in the polls. Now, UDA clinched its first seat in the constituency in the 2021 Ruri ward by-election, with DCP hoping to bag its first parliamentary seat. Now, a loss for UDA will be seen as a no-confidence vote against Ruto's rule and cement view he has lost support in the mountain. Now, heavy spending, including showering residents with government branding gifts and cash handouts and violence, marred the campaign. So the total registered voters here is 73,480. We have sent 1,000 police officers, right? Now, polling stations are 144 and wards are 5. Capish? Who's taking the day today? Is it the people or is it President William Ruto and former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. 164,000 children miss life-saving vaccines. A new report shows that more Kenyan children had zero-dose status last year, meaning they did not receive a single vaccine. Some 133,493 children missed vaccines in 2024. And the figure increased by 31,000 last year, according to the WHO and UNICEF report. Now, if we're seeing children missing vaccine that is very critical in their well-being and growth, what exactly are we looking at in terms of the future of these children and their protection against diseases like polio?
God in heaven knows.
And here's where we ask, if you don't take care of the most vulnerable in the society, how then are you sure? How then do you go back to the people and say, we will take care of you in the future?
Well, the anti-vaxxers will tell you that maybe this is a good problem because then you don't need to be vaccinating your children anyway.
Okay.
That's what the anti-vaxxers would say, but okay.
Yeah, but research shows something different. Now, judges missing pistol linked to violent crimes in 3 counties. Court of Appeal Judge Agri Mushirile's missing firearm has been linked to an attack on restaurant patrons in Westlands last weekend and other crimes in Nairobi, Kiambu and Kilifi counties. Remember what I told you? There's a time when the police requested every gun holder to return their guns so that they can get the footprints. That is why they can link this gun to the other incidents that have happened in the country. Why? Because they have the footprint of that gun. So when I tell you that these people can do a proper investigation, it's because they can, because they have the facilities to do that. Now, focus on producing work-ready graduates. Kenya is reshaping its skills developing systems to produce graduates who are ready for work. But even as we do that, what exactly are we seeing with the Education Ministry? That funding remains being a problem. So preparing these students to be ready for the market, how do you do that when you do not have them in class or school? Rastafarians bid to ban weed ends up in smoke. So it is not a question for the Rastafarian community only. It's a national question that cuts across the entire spectrum of our society. That's according to Justice Bahati Mamuye. So in short, the judge dismisses petitions seeking to make exemptions for marijuana use, but calls for national debate on cannabis laws. So it is not about the Rastafarians. When you talk about them, talk about security of the country and the laws as well that have banned the item, cannabis. MPs give theological schools 3 months to comply with the law. Do you want to be a pastor?
Are you asking me?
Not you. Do you want to be a pastor? Do you want to be a bishop?
Yeah.
So, theological schools have 3 months to comply with the law.
What does
everybody who wants to be in there? So Parliament has given theological colleges 90 days to regularize their operations with the Ministry of Education or face closure. So those who graduate in these schools must follow a certain curriculum. All their grades must go and must be certified by the Ministry of Education. So everybody who's graduating today and has not gone through the requirements that are sanctioned by the Education Ministry, huja graduate, we bado si pastor. We bado si pastor, we bado ni utaitwa quack.
Wow.
That's exactly who you'll be.
Pastor in training.
That's pastor in training. Pastor in training.
Yeah.
Okay. Sacred crackdown. Catholic bishop suspends 7 priests. Now, Bishop Joya says criticism had been directed at him over claims that he wasn't disciplining errant priests. Now, I have mobilized hundreds of millions of shillings, more than all the money the Christians of this diocese have contributed for their church, without counting the projects in parishes. So some of the priests was because of mambo mengi, including having children.
Okay.
Having children. Others, it's wanapenda pombe sana, wanapenda pombe, and walikuwa you just have to go. Please, enda kunywa pombe huko nje. Enda kuwa na watoto huko nje.
Not here.
Si hapa ndani.
No.
Hapa ndani iko sheria. Now, Elog Olkalau mini poll is compromised. So findings based on reports submitted, 15 observers deployed to their constituencies. So from the word go, they're saying reports of vote buying inducements, alleged attempts to buy IDs, campaign disruptions and violence raise concerns about the process. So Elog is saying even as they go to elections, still there are questions that must be answered. We go to page 6. Not every handout during campaigns is bribery, says IEBC.
Okay, IBC. It's interesting that it was the commissioner and Dorito who was actually saying that.
Okay. Yeah, not every handout is a bribe.
Oh, so I'm interested. So which one is and which one is not?
How do you?
How can
what's
you?
the category?
Exactly.
How do you see bribe?
To know which one is a bribe. So that's what she's saying. That some are bribes. See, then you stop the one that are.
Yes. The one who's bribing, so you strike them off. The one who's bribing, so you take them to jail because you have an idea which one is bribe and which one is not.
You know, sometimes if you don't have anything to say,
shut up. Zima. From critic to partner, state changes tune on the Ford Foundation. You remember? Yeah, so the government seeks parliamentary approval to grant Ford Foundation official tax breaks and protections in Kenya. What has changed? What has changed? Because during the Gen Z protest, it was said that Ford Foundation was one behind fuel funding
this, the
same. So what has changed from then to now that you're actually offering to give them tax breaks, especially in a country where we're saying everybody must pay what? Taxes. Nini wameona? Ama wamepewa
Suddenly...
nini? They're friends.
Yes.
They're friends.
There's a thin line between love and hate, my friend.
Yeah. So 59 Kenyans killed fighting for Russia in a war.
Yeah.
So again, Prime Cabinet Secretary Salim Mudavadi, what happened? Tuangalie star.
Why Okoh vote is a litmus test for Ruto and Gachagua. The Mount Kenya Kingpin poll to give indication of region's 2027 political mood. That's what is being looked at. It's the barometer for what things are looking like getting into 2027. And I think everybody has established that. And that the people are just, the ones to deliver this. So that's, again, court dismisses Rastafarians' bid to legalize bang. So that's not going to happen for now. So the herb will have to be consumed other ways. State freezes public service appointments to tame rising wage bill. Or, you could have a conversation with the CS Public Service and you could actually, for once and for all, weed out the ghost workers. How's that for an idea on a Thursday morning?
There's weeding out ghost workers as well. There is the fact that there are those who are beyond the retirement age who need to as well retire.
Ama? Yeah, okay. Historic surgery gives endangered rhino calf a second chance at life. Now, it's interesting because I love this. Ogamba is now blaming the Treasury for delays and budget gaps for funding crisis in education. You see now all this problem you people have been saying is us.
It's them.
It's them. That's the reason why. If not, sisi tuko tayari kufanya kazi isipokuwa pesa haijakuja kutoka uko.
Mina swali. When these people sit in those cabinet meetings chaired by
they are both CSs.
You're like, Ndosi, I am unable to take children to school because this man has not done what? Has not paid me.
See, this man, the man is sitting next to you.
Yeah, because this man. See, the president is there. This man is not paying me. What's the problem? So you direct.
We operate in silos and then we expect to have a concert of solutions. It cannot happen that way. And then you're obviously not talking to each other.
You're not.
Talk to each other. See if you can get something. But he has gone to Parliament essentially to say that the problem in education is Treasury. Treasury is the problem.
Guess what Treasury will say? We have not received the request. How do we effect this without a request?
No. Senate flags gaps in fuel deal and calls for sweeping reforms. Okay.
In what?
Fuel deal.
Okay.
Fuel, petrol. Okay. State shuts door on new public jobs. That's one we're talking about. And court declines to bid to probe clinic for child trafficking. And they're not quite sure what's going on. Now, let me tell you something. Clinicians are warning, and I'm going to say this thing because we now have to start behaving ourselves. Gonorrhea is driving STI cases among youth. If you're going to put something in something else and expect a particular result, then don't be surprised. We need to be very careful how we're moving.
Yep.
Because these diseases are going to start eating us up. And the things that it will do to you in the future is untold. Do not engage in risque sexual behavior. You will get sick. And unfortunately, with all the nonsense that we're seeing about drugs not being available and the fake ones being on the ground, you will die. Stop it. 7 o'clock.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. All eyes are on today's All-Kalau parliamentary by-election in Nyandarua County, widely seen as a key political test ahead of the 2027 general election. The by-election is a showdown between President William Ruto's UDA party and former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's DCP party. More than 1,000 police officers have been deployed to provide security, while the IEBC says all election materials were delivered to the 144 polling stations and has warned against any attempts to disrupt the vote.
And we anticipate and we expect that it's going to be fairly a very easy process for everybody because all preparations have been finalized, and I will ask my colleague to talk to the electoral process. But from the security point of view, where I chair the commission, we have had a very robust engagement with the security team in the Nyandarua and beyond. And yesterday we had an engagement with the IG, and that all preparations have been done. And we expect, of course, we expect a peaceful turnout and a peaceful process.
We are not introducing rules that are separate from what have happened in the other by-elections, and we reiterated and we want to reiterate that we do not expect that any person who is not accredited shall be allowed into the polling station except the voter. The voter has a right to enter the polling station, and after voting he leaves the polling station.
The UDA party has dismissed allegations by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's DCP party that it plans to rig the All-Kalau parliamentary by-election, describing the claims as baseless. In a statement, UDA Secretary General Hassan Omar denied claims of a secret meeting in Gilgil to influence the outcome, insisting that today's by-election will be free and fair. In a letter to IEBC Chairperson Erastus Ethekon, Gachagua alleged that some police officers had been instructed to interfere with the election in favor of the government-backed candidate. He also claimed that more than 2,000 officers had been deployed to the constituency, with some allegedly being used to intimidate DCP supporters and interfere with the voting process. To other news, Education CS Julius Ogamba has attributed delays in the release of capitation to schools, TVET institutions and public universities to budget shortfalls and delayed exchequer disbursements from the National Treasury. Appearing before the National Assembly's Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education, Ogamba said the ministry is not withholding funds but is grappling with that funding deficit of nearly 29 billion shillings. He said public universities required 70.4 billion shillings for scholarships and grants, but received only 41.4 billion shillings, adding that the ministry is engaging Parliament and the National Treasury to secure additional funding while exploring alternative revenue sources.
We could not get the exchequer, and that's where the deficit comes from. So we normally would say we want this amount, but what we receive is not sufficient. And therefore it leads to that deficit financially every year. We will therefore continue to engage Parliament, the National Treasury, and the relevant stakeholders towards progressive alignment of budgetary allocations with the actual funding requirements of public universities.
Lawmakers criticize the funding gap, saying they have shifted the financial burden to parents and call for action against officials accused of mismanaging public funds in learning institutions.
If we can get boats for Kalau and mattresses and gas, some 2 billion to go to such places, surely we can get money to give these students.
So we have a few VCs whom this committee shall be making very serious recommendations, because we have a lot of theft and plunder of public resources. Because including yesterday, we had a university that will be able to explain how some funds were used where.
Ogamba also said the ministry had begun clearing historical salary arrears with 3.88 billion shillings already released under the 2017-2021 CBA, while the remaining balance is expected in the 2026-2027 financial year. MPs further urged the ministry to take action against school principals accused of charging parents unauthorized fees. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They are being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante,
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament,
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had,
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, our conversations continue. It is 9 minutes after 7 o'clock. And if you're just tuning in, this is the Situation Room. All Kalau decides today. And we're going to be getting some insights on the ground in just a short while after you, Dennis, tell us about Bomba.
Yes, because every day behind the scenes, Kenya Pipeline Company makes sure that the country moves forward, makes sure that the economy continues to move forward. Now, operating as a public limited company, KPC PLC, is telling you that we are here to ensure that what we've been doing throughout continues to improve on a daily basis, because they are handling over 1,700 kilometers of pipe that is transporting fuel, petroleum products from the port of Mombasa to the lakeside city of Kisumu and all the way to Uganda. Talk about integration that does exist. But beyond that, they're equally investing in education of Kenyan children, the very best we have in the society, by taking them to school so that after graduating, they come back and continue with the journey of pushing and improving the country's economy. KPC is telling you that as a public limited company, they are fueling progress of Kenya because KPC, bomba letu, ukuaji wetu. See? Raisi.
By Friday.
Bomba letu,
ukwaji letu.
Wetu.
Should have just allowed. Okay, so we'll be joined in a little bit by Fanya Mambo Kenothia, and we're going to be looking into, what this all means in terms of this by-election. But right now, what we're going to do is going to cross over to Ol Kalou, where our reporter Alan Ochanda is, and he'll then be able to give us some insights as to what exactly is going on. Systems go for that? Maybe just not yet. But we'll talk to him in just a minute. Hello, Alan. Good morning. Hello, Alan. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Coming to you. Well, Nduh, good morning to you. We're coming to you live from Oroma Primary here in Ol Kalou, where long queues have been witnessed early morning. We are bracing at this early, cold morning. And here, before we let go of the DCP Secretary General Cleophas Malala, who is on standby here to just check on the voting here, because remember that this particular contest has attracted 9 candidates. All of them, of course, are presented by political parties. No independent candidate has been presented here. Remember that the DCP party had expressed apprehension about the heavy deployment of security apparatus, but let's just speak to him about how he has gone about and maybe just assessed if the voting is smooth or not. Maybe karibu sana Secretary General. You are here at Oroma Primary School, where we are expecting that your candidate will be voting in one of the polling stations here. Have you maybe assessed and found out how the voting is going on?
First of all, Alan, I'm the deputy party leader. I'm not the Secretary General. But that said and done, I want to say that so far so good. We've been able to start the day in a calm way, a very peaceful way. And I want to congratulate the people of Ol Kalou who have turned out in large numbers to come and exercise their democratic right. And just to urge that those who haven't turned out and you are at home, kindly ensure that you come and cast your vote. We have put mechanisms to ensure that we mobilize all the citizens and all the voters of Ol Kalou to come and vote. We have liaised with the hospitals to be able to discharge some of the patients who can be able to be ferried here to come and vote. And also those who are physically challenged, many of them are in their homes, are unable to come. We have mechanisms to ensure that they also come and participate in this vital exercise. We saw yesterday a little bit of intimidation by plainclothes police officers in 1 or 2 villages, but we were able to calm the situation and just urge that all the police officers who have been deployed in their respective workstations should ensure that they don their badges. We want them to be identified. We want them to be accountable of their actions. And we shall not be accepting any plainclothes officer roaming around our polling stations trying to intimidate our voters. But I want to state here that this is a historic day, because I remember it is exactly 5 years when the UDA party was born in Kiambaa. Kiambaa, I remember the first UDA MP was elected on 17th July 2021. Today marks exactly 5 years. And behold, we are going to perform their final rites here by giving birth to the first ever member of parliament for the DCP party.
Maybe if we could interject, but a deputy party leader, we were actually used to you as a Secretary General, but now deputy party leader here in the Green Party. In terms of the KEMS kits, have you assessed and found out that the details are well captured and no voter is disenfranchised?
In majority of the polling stations that we've visited this morning, I think so far so good. Apart from the speed, we have been experiencing a slow movement, but we want to urge our voters to be patient. This is your day. Make sure, however long it takes, make sure you cast your votes. Our candidate will be coming to vote, to cast his votes at exactly 9:30. And we want to believe that that's going to be a golden vote for the people of Olkalau.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. All the best. So let me maybe just speak to some of the voters here who've actually already queued here. Ndugu mzee, tafadhali tuko live KTN hapa na Situation Room. Umefika saa ngapi? Maybe your name, what time you arrived here, and how the voting exercise is going on.
I want to opt out for this because I'm a civil servant.
Okay, you are live.
I want to opt out.
Okay, sawa, sorry. Okay, mama, tunaweza zungumza KTN? Utueleze tu jina, umefika saa ngapi na zoezi linaendelea namna gani?
Kwa majina naitwa Mary, mkaaji wa Karau. Nimefika hapa 6 na zoezi liko sawa.
Na wewe unataraji nini, bila kusema pengine unapigia nani kura, unataraji nini hii leo?
Amani. Ati? Tunatarajia kuwe na amani, kusiwe na vurugu.
Asante. Mzee, pengine utueleze jina, umefika saa ngapi na unataraji nini hii leo, kwa sababu tumeona kabla ya uchaguzi huu wakazi wa Olkalau wamekuwa wakiweza kuwa wakijielezea hisia zao kuhusu wanachokitaka kuhusiana na uongozi wa eneo hili.
Kwa majina ni Peter Maina. Mimi natarajia uchaguzi wa amani na kila mtu apate haki yake ya kuchagua mwenye anataka.
Naam. Sawa. Wacha pia tuzungumze hapa na Shosho hapa. Mam, habari ya asubuhi.
Mzuri sana.
Pengine umefika saa ngapi na unatarajia nini leo mnapoelekea kwenye uchaguzi wa Olkalau?
Sisi tunataka amani na nimefika tu saa hizi. Na tunataka amani, hatutaki furugu. Tunataka kuomba president wetu atuabirie watu wasitupige, tuhesabiwe kura vizuri, tuchaguane vizuri. Juu sisi watu wa Nyandarua ni watu wa amani.
Sawa. Asante sana. Well, Nduh, the clarion call here, cross-cutting clarion call, is to have peace, in as much as they have actually already queued here to participate in their civic duty of electing their leader. Of course, remember that the by-election was occasioned in March this year when their Member of Parliament, David Njuguna Kiaraho, passed on. And so these are by-election attracting 9 candidates. All of them are sponsored by various political parties. But of course, we've seen the political emotions really being elicited between the UDA and DCP candidates. But from the voters here, they are saying they only want peace. They do not want anything that could unsettle them in terms of the tranquility that has actually been witnessed here over the last few days. But Nduh, we shall be still just visiting majority of the polling stations, because of course all the 144, we shall just be sampling a majority of them to ensure that I'll bring our viewers to speed with what is happening here in Olkalau until the hour when the IEBC will call the by-election and declare the winner of this particular election. Nduh.
Alan Ochanda live with us from Olkalau, of course, getting insights into what's going on there. Thanks a lot, Alan, for that. We'll come back to you later on in the morning to find out how things are going. But so far, so good. And thanks for that update. And we'll come back to you later. Asante sana, Alan. All right, and even as that is going on in Olkalau this morning, we'll come back with updates on that, and we continue with our conversation this morning to then be able to look into certain things. And we can see already that Fanya Mambo has already made some has formed a thought about what he's seen so far. And this conversation allows us to get into a conversation this hour when we're going to be looking at the politics of legalities. Fanya Mambo, good morning.
A very good morning to you.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Karibu sana.
It's another beautiful morning. Thank you, SpiceFM. Thank you for having me. It's a great day to be here for us to have this very important national conversation.
Indeed, thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
So let's quickly look into today's proverb. What that is might be interesting as we're talking about legalities around politics.
Yes.
This one might be fun.
The proverb comes from Libya. Let's just go straight into it. A thief is a thief, whether he steals meat from a pot of soup or he steals diamonds.
Yeah, I think to me, it's the issue of bad things. That it doesn't matter how you try to make it look like one is trivial and the other one is not. If you're doing bad things, you're doing bad things. So let us not sanitize it. And the problem we are having is actually the bulk of the people who are serving sentences are for very trivial offenses. The people who are looting this economy dry, the people who are stealing from us, the people who are causing most of the problems we have, stealing on an industrial scale, are actually walking free. So let us not sanitize corruption and call it corruption. It's actually theft. Yeah, it is theft.
Well said.
Call it what it is.
Yeah.
What do you see about this Kalau by-election? I know that the picture that's painted is that there is a by-election and people are going to vote, and then at the end of the day it will be called and we'll know who sits in that parliamentary seat. But what do you see?
I think to start with is we haven't really taken advantage of the words in our national anthem. We haven't prayed about this by-election. If you think about it, it starts by saying, "O God of all creation, bless this our land and nation, justice be our shield and defender," especially in Kalau. And then when we get there, that's when we continue with the prayer and say that we are praying against those who want to cause violence. If there is any person who wants to shoot any person in Kalau, may their gun fail to cock. And if it cocks, may it fail to shoot. And if it shoots, may it miss. And if it misses and it doesn't go to the right place, may it land in a tree. We are also praying that in case there is any stuffed ballots, as we may have had, we are praying that that vehicle that is going to carry those stuffed ballots may have an accident. In fact, may it ram into a vehicle that is an exhauster, so that all the contents of the exhauster may empty themselves on that vehicle. We don't want them to die. May they smell for 3 months. We are also praying for those people who are having communications and they are trying to do the bad things, that their walkie-talkies may get confusion. Akipiga simu anasikia Al-Shabaab, anasikia Janjaweed, anasikia communication kutoka Russia. We are praying for total confusion, that there may be a Tower of Babel. We are also praying that if anything, any of those people who is planning evil against our people, that they will have a problem, serious diarrhea by lunchtime. I want them to be admitted at JM Hospital so that they can sleep on those GOK mattresses. And during the course of their treatment, we pray that something bad happens. Ile generator, transformer ilikuwa imetolewa mbele, irudishwe kwao when they are being treated, so that they benefit from candlelight. We will pray for bad things for anybody who is wishing that there be violence in Kalau. We pray for peace for IBC. We want them to have the smile of Safaricom customer care agents. We want them to receive people well. How can I give you the ballot? Might you have slept well this morning? We are praying that they are going to be okay. If there is any IBC official who is planning to announce the wrong candidate, may they suffer goiter immediately. May they get cancer of the throat. Wow. May they be unable to speak. May they be unable to announce the wrong results. So we are praying in all honesty that God will be faithful to the people of Kalau so that they can get the right candidate. And we pray for total confusion in the camp of anybody who is trying to plan anything evil. In fact, may the master planner of that thing experience serious problems. May that person find themselves in hospital. We wish them bad luck. But the people of Kalau, we wish you well. We wish you God's grace. We wish you his blessings. We wish you success. So let us pray. It is very serious because the God we pray to is more faithful and more powerful than all those people who are planning bad things. I think that's the starting point.
It's a good place to start. But even while we start there, we look at elections and how it is a legal process. It is a legal process in the sense that they are electoral laws that ought to be followed. There are regulations, there are code of conduct that are in place to govern how these by-election would be handled. Yet we have seen intimidation, we have seen bribery, we have seen corruption. And with all this, there is some looming silence. No action is being taken. No heads are turning. Why would you reckon that is?
I'll start from Kipchumba Murkomen and the IG of police. I will tell them that when we needed state protection, when leaders like Akina Orengo were having meetings in Kisumu, and goons were carrying batons and arrows and sticks and everything, the police were not available. When we needed protection in Keumbu for Linda Mwananchi, the police were not available. When Rigathi Gachagua has needed police protection and is being beaten up in Wetima and every place, police are not available. When our people were being beaten, when Muranga governor's bodyguard driver was being shot in Nyahururu, the police were not available. But when the people of Ol Kalou offer themselves to queue peacefully, to vote for a leader that they want, suddenly 1,000 policemen are available. What kind of madness is this? Where were there 1,000 police when we were being attacked in Wetima? Where were there 1,000 police when Akina Sifuna were being beaten in Kisii, Keumbu? Where were there 1,000 police when young people were parading bows and arrows in Kisumu town and actually shooting them into a congregation in church? Where were they? So there's a mismatch of priorities in terms of security. When this nation made William Ruto president and he swore to protect the constitution. It is not us, it is him. And he swore to give us peace and order and tranquility. And now what we are seeing is the state meeting violence upon its people. When I see the kind of militarization that is happening in Ol Kalou, I am deeply worried because I ask myself, ni vita gani kwa Ol Kalou? Why do we need 1,000 policemen in Ol Kalou? We needed policemen when our people were being beaten up. We needed policemen when goons were parading themselves in town. We needed policemen when goons came and the president was launching a bridge in Dagoretti and nothing was happening because the goons were stealing from us during the day. But now that people have decided to offer themselves to what is a very peaceful process, you have 1,000 policemen available. This is where we have a problem with the state. That they overmobilize police when police are not needed. And when police are needed to protect the people, the police are not made available. So this is bad. The constitutional provision is that we want that every ballot is going to count and that every vote is going to be important. What we are worried about is not now that people have queued. What we are worried about is what will happen at 6 o'clock when counting begins. I was in Mbere. I was in a police polling station that was attacked by a CS, and he knows himself, and I keep reminding him, even when we meet. And they came and they did bad things to us, and they left the stations to themselves, and they announced that whatever results they want, and there was no agent from the opposition in that place. We are worried about what will happen after 6 p.m. So we are telling Kenyans to remain vigilant. Voting is one thing, but we want to be allowed to have a transparent counting process. We want the media to be allowed to have the cameras inside every classroom. And we want to be able to see it happening. There is no law against filming the counting of votes. That much we have established. So let the votes be counted in public, let the results be made public, and let the people of Ol Kalou get the leader that they deserve.
Do you think that this is a contest between two individuals, or is it actually an opportunity for the voice of Kenyans to be heard? Not to forget that there are 9 candidates in this by-election. Interestingly enough, today we see the pictures of the two what would be called front runners. I dare say that many people didn't even know who they were, except that their names are Samuel.
Yes, it is a contest between two individuals. I was in Ol Kalou for 3 days. I wish I was there longer, but the more I wanted to go back, the more my party DCP calls me and tells me we need someone in all the studios. So you can imagine how it has been for me. But when I looked at Ol Kalou throughout, I saw posters of the DCP candidate. They had Rigathi Gachagua's photo in the background. Are you aware that there was no banner from the UDA candidate that had William Ruto's photo? It is impossible to put William Ruto's photo anywhere in Nyandarua. It's the people don't want to see it.
Oh, that's the reason why.
Yeah, that's the reason why. Even the guy who is campaigning on UDA could not put William Ruto's photo on any of his banners, any of his posters, any of his billboards. It's not there.
What does that now mean
further? It's not there. The billboards are still up in the air. Yeah, it's not there. So it means that there's this competition, but it's not really a competition between the two. William Ruto had gone around this country saying that yeye ndio alijitafutia kura Mount Kenya, and that he did not need anybody else to get votes for himself in Mount Kenya, and therefore Rigathi Gachagua, according to him, was inconsequential. Now Rigathi Gachagua is trying to show him that I am the one who got you the votes in this mountain. So this contest is all about that. It's all about William Ruto trying to show that he has the mountain on his own, And Rigathi Gachagua reminding him that is not possible anywhere in this planet.
There's an old lady just a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
I mean, bless her heart. And what did she say? She said, tunaomba tu wasitupige, tunataka tu kupiga kura na tuende nyumbani. So the mindset already is that there might be some kind of violence which people just are not interested in.
She actually said, President wetu, sisi tunaomba watu wasikuje kutupiga. Sisi ni watu wa amani.
I was in Olkalau, I keep repeating. And you know, the interesting thing about Olkalau, the guy who was wearing a UDA kofia is the person who you take your cow to when it's on heat. You know, he's your neighbor somehow. Then the guy who was wearing a DCP kofia is the guy whose canter carries your cabbages to Nairobi. These are the kind of people you are looking at. They know each other so well. They are connected so deeply. When they go to church, one is the district head, I don't know, the other one ako kwa jumuiya, the other one sings in the choir. These are the same people. Mmoja akavalishwa kofia ya yellow, mwingine akavalishwa ya green. Why would those people fight? I'm telling you, everywhere we went in Olkalau, we met people wearing yellow and others wearing green. And sometimes I remember there's a hotel we used to sit in. And we would all be there, wale wamevaa green, wamevaa yellow, and we are sharing meals. And we are having conversations. Because honestly, these people are the same. You can't even separate them. You can't even draw a demarcation between what was supposed to have been a UDA supporter and a DCP supporter. They are even related. Some of them, they are in-laws, you know. Tumeoa kwa kina hawa. It's just that when the parties came, you look for mobilizers, you know, like if I'm in DCP, I look for you, you give me mobilizers. Then someone looks for her and she gives her mobilizers for UDA. But really, these people are the same. These people go to the same church, they go to the same schools, they sit in the same, you know, they go to the same hospital, they meet everywhere. Mmoja anabebea mwingine cabbage, mwingine ni mechanic wa mwingine. So that nonsense of trying to bring a war or a fight in Olkalau based on a yellow coffee or a green coffee is not going to work.
I'm hearing you say that the violence that the country has been treated to, of what we've seen in Olkalau, is something that perhaps is imported into Olkalau, because the people of Olkalau know each other. You'll beat your person today, tomorrow you're there selling.
You can't even bring yourself to beat them.
Yeah.
Utaulizwa wewe ndio ulichapa mtoto wa mama Kamau. Like the whole society will come to your house. Wewe ndio ulichapa mtoto wa mama Kamau. How would you do that? I am telling you, I was there on Saturday when our truck, the DCP truck, was attacked. I was right there. And the two guys who were wielding guns, na walikuwa wamejifunika, and people were able to expose them. And the guys who were throwing stone and the tear gas that was lodged at the truck, and the 3 Prados that were chasing that vehicle. Na moja, it was elbowed by the truck driver and it rolled. And within 5 minutes, it had been removed from the scene. And there was no report of that accident. They didn't want it reported. I keep asking people, these goons who selectively choose to fight opposition people and don't fight. But are you aware there was no attack on anything UDA? There was nothing UDA that was attacked.
At least not reported.
It was just DCP. And all those Prados that were chasing us, none of them had number plates. Can you imagine opposition people driving vehicles without number plates? What would happen to us? I keep telling government, if these are our goons, we've given you permission, kill them. If they are ours, kill them in the morning and parade their bodies we see. They can't. If they are our goons, sisi kama opposition, tumewapatia ruhusa, kill them. And parade to Kenyans and say these are opposition goons. But that's where they draw the line. So this violence is imported, and this violence is state sanctioned.
So what would you reckon is the reason of having over 1,000 police officers in...
Intimidate people. Wow. That's why we are praying that their guns refuse to cock. And that's why we are praying that if there is a policeman who has a tear gas on him, by the time he tries to pull it out, arushie watu, may it explode on his buttocks. We don't want that tear gas to get to our people. So we will pray for bad prayers for these people. They will not have peace. They will not have peace. They will not have peace. Because our people in Olkalau have chosen to be peaceful. Can you imagine those guys, even the abduction of Kanini Kega and what happened to his vehicle and everything? Do you know what it was supposed to do? It was not just Kanini Kega. They were trying to look for prominent people who are seen to be anti-government. Get one of them and then do something terrible to them so that the public can be agitated. We were clever. We went to all media houses. We spoke to people. We told them, ata wakishika candidate Muchina, sorry, the washike candidate wa DCP disappear, Sami Ngodho, please don't demonstrate. The idea was cause anger, the people go to the streets, they light bonfires, then when they light bonfires, FECON would have come and said there is no peace in Olkalau. So we've told our people, whatever they do, refuse to be provoked until the votes are counted.
Okay, let's take a break, because we're going to come back and look at something that was essentially said by the IEBC yesterday, in terms of some of these things that you think the same people of Olkalau, who, I mean, from the pictures that we've seen this morning, generally seem to be a peace-loving people, or just want to be able to do the thing and get it over
Shy,
with.
if anything.
Yeah, if anything, you know. But it seems as though what's happening is being imported.
Yes.
And so let's take a look and see a little bit deeper into the conversation where the IEBC feels that not everything is bribery. We'll try to decipher what is not. We'll be back after this with Mambo.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, a little bit of traffic on the Thika Superhighway this morning coming into the city. It's actually heavy as you get towards the Pangani underpass, and a little bit of that also forming on Kiambu Road this morning. Jogo Road inbound traffic going towards Landis will find you then heading towards Haile Selassie with a little bit more traffic this morning. It's busy on North Airport Road. There is some traffic on Outer Ring as you then approach Mbakasi outbound. The Southern Bypass looks good this morning. Gong Road, not so much. Traffic as you get to the junction and head out towards Valley Road on one side, and then coming in from Rilo Dinga Way, there is some traffic inbound as well. We're getting into traffic hour this morning, folks. It doesn't look too terrible at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on things and see that we keep it moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Every day behind the scenes, Kenya Pipeline Company PLC keeps Kenya moving. Now operating as a public listed company, KPC PLC is built to support national development and energy security. From the port of Mombasa to East Africa, KPC PLC powers transport, storage and distribution of all petroleum products. And through KPC Foundation, it continues to uplift communities across Kenya. KPC PLC, now a public listed company, fueling progress for Kenya.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We continue our conversation this morning, and of course, All Cloud decides today, and Fanya Mambo Kenothia is in the studio with us. And I mean, obviously, you've talked about political tools. One of them to then be able to instill fear is now when you see the deploying of so many police officers, 1,000 at a go for registered voters of 74,000. Is that not what we're looking for?
Yes.
Looking at in All Kalau. The IEBC said yesterday that not because the run-up to this, Fanya Mambo, is that there was a lot of activity in All Kalau. There were people who would be seen to be getting a little bit of something that would, flavor their votes a little bit. But IEBC Commissioner Njeri said yesterday that citizens do not lose their right to development simply because there is an election. You cannot suspend development during an election period. She also said that not every handout during campaign is bribery. So I am at a pains to understand how you decipher between what is bribery and what is a handout. I think I've been asking this question for a week because according to the IEBC, they seem to know that not all of it is. So then how would you know which is so that you can do something about it from a legal point of view?
IEBC is an appendage of State House. Mm-hmm. Full stop.
Oh, okay.
What they are doing with instructions from elsewhere, not from where they are supposed to be doing it from. Tell me why we have mattresses branded GOK being given only in All Kalau constituency. I mean, we have so many hospitals that don't have mattresses. In where they came from, Mbere, just the other day, Mbere had gone on a demonstration because Ishiara Hospital did not have adequate mattresses. In fact, theirs were cockroach infested. And when people went on demonstration, what did the government do? They shot 2 of them. They killed them
for demonstrating and saying Ishara Hospital doesn't have mattresses. Then all of a sudden they're able to get mattresses to come and give to the people of Mbere. I saw them pick transformers, and we were told by their MP and others that those transformers have gone for maintenance. And I agree. I actually cannot compete with them. I think Kenya Power has come up with a very serious plant in Olkalau for transformer maintenance, so that conveniently only the transformers from Mbere would, fall short of delivery, and therefore they are all carried for routine maintenance. And that maintenance only happens in Olkalau, and it only happens during elections. And we have accepted with them, and we believe them, and they are speaking the truth. Efekon should be thoroughly ashamed of himself when he comes and sees a member of parliament from UDA saying that leo peke yake nimepeana 1.2 million shillings to you people of Olkalau so that you can vote for the UDA candidate. And that does not amount to anything. They file him 2.5 million. In true sense, what should have happened is that the UDA candidate should have been disbarred from this election, because it was an admission first on the person who gave the bribes, and 2, they even say they gave it on behalf of the UDA candidate, and 3, IEBC actually finds him guilty and fines him 2.5 million payable within 48 hours. So if someone is totally guilty of bribing 1.2 million shillings, they admit, then IEBC fines them 2.5 million. It follows, therefore, that that candidate is guilty of a malpractice called voter bribery, and that candidate should not be on the ballot. It is that simple. Then we are left with 8. So
why is it difficult?
Efekon has failed.
It's clear what you're saying. I mean, anybody would be able to figure that out. But why is there? We can almost close to calling it a distaste to then actually say, look here, what you are doing here, even if it borders, even if it is just at the border for it to be called bribery, or if it is just at the border for it to be called misconduct, why does there seem to be a distaste to actually saying, let's do something about it? You'd sooner arrest somebody else who was jaywalking in the city.
As I told you, it's like what they did to Rigathi Gachagua. Your rights have been abused. Your rights have been trampled on, but we are giving you a bribe of 50 million shillings because your rights were abused. I mean, how do you come and tell someone that actually you are guilty of bribing? You're guilty of bribing on behalf of UDA. You're guilty of bribing on behalf of the old UDA candidate. You have given 1.2 million on behalf of UDA. We have actually found you guilty and we have fined you 2.5 million, but the UDA candidate will continue to be on the ballot. Efekon has got no ethics. That's how it goes. And what we are seeing is an IEBC that has proven to us way beforehand that they are incapable of giving us a free and fair election next year. In Kasipul Kabondo, people died, literally. There is no free and fair election when people are dying. Panyako, Malava, people died. You know, how bad does it get to when you see a goon from Kayole, that fat guy who was beaten up completely and stripped naked and so on and so forth, and he admits he was brought by who? He says who brought them, he said what they were doing, he said everything, but we continued. And IEBC actually announced the candidate as a winner as long as that candidate is a government candidate.
So one asks the question, because election is a process and everything it will determine the outcome, where we see that the laws have been broken, where today as we see it, you've just stated that IEBC cannot deliver a free and fair election. What guarantees are there then that the process that we're seeing, already the laws have been broken? Where is freeness? Where is fairness in the exercise that is taking place?
We are keeping a record. We are not quiet. We are keeping a record. And after these by-elections, should we find the need, then we will file a petition as the opposition so that Efekon is declared unfit to hold that office. So we will keep compiling. Let him continue burning his fingers. We will keep compiling and we will wait. Should we find the need to file that petition, we will go to court and say we want him declared unfit to hold public office because of some of the things that are happening. You cannot tell us it's okay for people to die during a by-election and then you continue and announce the candidate that you feel like you want to announce. This Olkalau is a litmus test for Efekon. In fact, it's his last opportunity to mess Kenyans. Ethecon, we are putting you on notice. Do the right thing. Should you not do the right thing, we will move to the courts. And we shall go all the way to the Supreme Court. And we are hoping to be able to get justice. Yeah.
Now, of course, we say that this is a litmus test for the next general election and looking at what it would look like. But this is going to be a by-election like Ol Kalou on Promax. Because you are now looking at the entire country. And if the indictment that has already been placed on the IEBC, whether it's fair here or not, is that they're not able to handle because they may be compromised. And those are very serious things that we are saying. That a just newly established, about a year ago, established IEBC is already showing, allegedly, already showing signs of, compromise. And, we can say it flippantly in the discussion, but that is a very serious indictment on an electoral body. How do you stay the course when there are all these things flying in the air?
I think we will keep reminding them, and we will not get tired of reminding them, that you're not holding those offices for yourself. Kenyans have allowed you to hold that office in trust for them, and that elections mean a lot to all of us as a nation. And we want free, we want fair, we want credible elections. That's the bare minimum you can do. You'll be surprised because we have interacted with some of the IEBC officials. We have incredibly good people at the Secretariat. People who run, when you see ballot papers arriving in time, when you see them, they are sealed, you'll see there is a collection of people who are really trying to do the good thing. When you see polling stations open at 6, when you see people queuing and there's some order and there's some paper, it will tell you that within IEBC, we have a staffage beneath that leadership that is compromised, that is really willing to do the right thing and capable of doing the right thing. And IEBC as an institution or as an organ has got a lot of experience. Remember, the only people who usually change most of the time are commissioners. The bulk of the staff remains the same. So the experience is there. In fact, these commissioners don't do much. So even if we change them tomorrow morning, it's not going to change much. There's no commissioner who goes there and designs a ballot paper. There's no commissioner who goes there and designs the flow chart of how things are going to happen. There's no commissioner who goes there and... No! These guys can change tomorrow morning and IEBC will continue because IEBC is an institution. It has got clerks with experience. It has got advocates with experience. It has got, finance people with experience. It's not like the head of finance has left IEBC tomorrow morning. It's not like the head of logistics has left IEBC tomorrow morning. The drivers who've been there, they know where the polling stations are. They're probably the same ones who carried the ballot materials during the previous election. So let it not look like if we were to remove the current crop that is not doing well, everything would come to an end. I dare assure you, those commissioners there, other than sitting in boardrooms and doing some funny conundrums here and there, we would replace them tomorrow, a night to the election, and things would still go on.
Yep. Yeah. The other person who's rather a body that is supposed to ensure that these elections get to happen according to the law is the government of Kenya. Why do I say that? Because you talk about security, is the government that is in charge. Even financing of IEBC is the government of Kenya. Yet we have seen how the government has gone deep into Ol Kalou by-elections. We've seen cabinet secretaries, government agencies campaigning openly, and one asks the question where we see that the government is one-sided in this process. How then are we sure, how deep rather is government's hand in this election and trying to sway or tip the results?
The cabinet secretaries who allowed themselves to be used that way, and the principal secretaries who allowed themselves to be used that way, shame on you. Because we have 53 million Kenyans expecting services from a cabinet secretary. And that cabinet secretary has moved office. They were actually domiciled somewhere in Nyahururu and Nakuru, serving only 74,000 people and only worried about winning a seat that is one constituency and forgetting their 289 others. And that's why I tell government sympathizers from across the country, I ask them, wewe, kwenyu ni wapi? Maybe Kisii, maybe Migori, maybe Kakamega, maybe even Murang'a. Na wewe ni mtu wa tutam, ndio. And you are happy that there's a minister who is supposed to have been serving your people, and that minister is somewhere in Olkalau trying to deliver a seat to a party that is making the life of Kenyans terrible. And you continue just, shouting tutam here like someone. We need prayers. In fact, some of these people just need to be prayed for. When you see someone who is shouting tutam at the top of their voice, sometimes you need to understand them. And I think Mathare has not been accommodative enough to some of these people. We need to start finding a way to give them counseling, to get a counseling psychologist, to sit with them, to understand how such a human being would do. I have told you before, there's something called the Stockholm Syndrome. The Stockholm Syndrome happened when some bank robbers moved into a bank. They made everybody lie down, and they held them captive for 6 days. And, they would beat them up. They would do all sorts of things. And then towards the third day, these people started getting attracted or addicted to the people who were mistreating them, the captors. And because this guy is giving you permission to go to the washroom, you think he's a really nice guy. He's giving you drinking water from a dispenser, you think. So by the 6th day, when these people were released, guess what they did? Some refused to give testimony against these people in court. Others actually wanted to pay bail for their abductors in court. We are going through a Stockholm Syndrome, where some Kenyans are extremely protective of a regime that has done bad thing to them. So don't come and think that all these Kenyans are normal. Some of them have been so mistreated by the abductors, they think the abductors are doing them a favor, and now they are defending them. They would even pay cash bill for the person who came and took away their freedom. So let us pray for them and let us help them. Let us even get them psychiatric help if we need to. Anybody shouting tutam that carelessly might be going through a Stockholm Syndrome moment.
Well, you've come with prayers today. Why would anybody need to prove the worth of their metal if they were actually doing a good job?
I keep saying, I don't remember Mwai Kibaki launching the construction of roads. I remember him opening projects that were complete.
Commissioning, yeah.
I don't remember him promising roads. I remember him just doing roads. In fact, I don't remember him on Land Cruiser tops. The day this administration will choose to know that there is an office called Harambee House and that it is the president's office, the day they'll decide to know that there's a place where a person who is elected is supposed to sit and work for Kenyans, Kenya will succeed. But for as long as we continue running this nation from Land Cruiser tops and sunroofs, in fact, I think there should ban for some roofs from some cars for some time. To say gari ya president haifai kuwa na sunroof, so that we just sit and work from where we are supposed to work. Maybe Kenya will move forward. This populism is what is finishing us. We need to go quiet and just work.
And I want to go and settle on the people for a minute, because I'm again conflicted that the people of Olkalau are the least important people in this by-election, as has been prescribed by all the politicians who are faffing about. It is the case, it shouldn't be the case, that all we need you to do is at the end of the day come and vote so that we can count your numbers. But if we really are concerned about what's happening with you and how we are going to make the country a little bit better legislatively by putting in a new person in this position, that really doesn't matter. It doesn't come into play. That the people of the constituency, their importance is underrated because that's not their intent to be really concerned. It's a battle for the fittest, survival of the fittest, kind of, let's see then who will trump over the other. How are we going to reverse that situation whereby the Constitution safeguards Kenyans, but in political contest, Kenyans are the last consideration in any of this?
I worry deeply because I saw when Rigathi Gachagua said that this government was going to spend $1 billion in Olkalau, I saw someone from government correcting him and saying, no, you are wrong. It's actually 10 billion. He said we are even going to do a university and a train and a lot of madness. So I asked myself, 10 billion per constituency times 290, we would need 2.9 trillion to run an election in this country. It's very expensive. Then I ask myself, why do we read the budget? Because from where I sit, I think we should ban that whole noise and pomp and color called reading the budget. Why would you want to read a budget? Olkalau was not in the budget. And then post-budget, 10 billion is available. Where is it coming from? Why do we read budgets in this country? It's not necessary. Ati minister anakuja na ka briefcase, kunakuwa na pomp and color and shouting. Why are you reading a budget if it is possible to get 10 billion off the budget? If it is possible to wake up one morning and without a budget allocation, you can get 10 billion to be misused in one constituency. Baka munawapea votes. And I keep saying to Kenyans, some votes are worth more than others. Na ndio maana nasema, uko Malava kirudio, kimeibiwa, hata Mbere kirudio. Can you tell me why mtu anapewa chumvi na kiberiti na matchbox? And there's another one who's been given a boat and a mattress. So that has to come to an end. We need to get to the place where elections are not about political egos. Elections are about service to the people who deserve a good leader.
You know, as the citizens of Olkalau currently are queuing to choose their next representative, it is only hoped that the individual who gets there looks at the people and say, I will deliver. That I will not just deliver because I said so, but because that is what the people do deserve. How do we then translate what we're seeing right now into working for the people and delivering that, assuming any party takes it? How then would, say, DCP ensure that the person who takes that position delivers for the people, and not to show might between President William Ruto or Rigathi Gachagua, but that the people get that which they wanted? That is beyond the results today.
I think it starts at the nomination stage. When these nominations were happening for DCP, I remember there's one of the candidates who was flying in a chopper all over Olkalau, and he had money and he dished out money. And then we had this Sami Ngodho, who people decided, Moses Kuria decided to call a chokora, just because he didn't have the money and he didn't look that polished according to Moses Kuria. So wakamuita chokora. Olkalau is setting a precedent for what will happen in 2027, and I am happy that they are doing it. They are saying 2027, your money is good to be eaten, but it will not determine who will vote for. Oh, I love that. That walikuja wakasema kwa hii by election, walikula pesa by election for a candidate who got 3,000 votes, but they get 12,000 votes to the person they wanted. The guy who had no money, the guy who was walking, by the hata hakuwa na gari, alipewa gari na watu. And then sasa, I like the day when they started changaing 10 shillings for him to buy a suit. Ukileta 200, unarudishiwa 190. Ukileta 50 bob, unarudishiwa 40, because they wanted 10 bob. And they bought him a suit ya kumwapisha. So 2027, Olkalau is setting for us the pace in a very good way. That people will want to own their leader. Walisema huyo chokora wetu ndio tunataka. Huyo chokora yetu ndio tutachagua. Huyo mwenye hana pesa ndio tutachagua. Yani walikuwa wanaenda mkutano ya UDA, wanapewa pesa, wanakuja wanagawa, wanapatia Sami Kamau. Wanamwambia Kamau, shika pesa ya campaign. Can you imagine someone amepatiwa 500 huko, anagawa 100 ama 200? That's a very big level of love. And that is what we want to see in 2027. In every constituency kuna mtu atakuja splashing money, and in every constituency kuna mtu atakuja akiitwa chokora. I pray that voters will discern and decide and say, look here, for the first time it's not about money. Kama ni pesa ya kukuliwa tutakula, na mwenye anatoa pesa we turn them into a hotel. That's where we go to eat. Na tukipata ya huyu billionaire, tunakuja tunagawa, tunapatia yule candidate tunataka, na tunampea kura. When Senator Medho was vying for Nyandarua has got 5 very big constituencies. Actually, Kinangop is really big. Medho did not even have a car. Can you imagine not having a car and vying in 5 constituencies? And he was vying against people who had a lot of money. But the people of Nyandarua have proven to us that it is possible to get a credible leader with a spine, someone with courage, someone who is not afraid, and that person is not splashing money. And I love that. And I'm praying to Kenyans that we take at least that one lesson from Nyandarua. Medho was voted for, and he didn't even have a car. But he was voted for because people believed in him. And he has delivered. If you look at him, he's on the side of the people. Okay? You come and you look at now Olkalau, what is happening? The candidate they are having, Sami Kamau Ngodho, is actually one of the poorest they had on the menu. Yeah. He's actually being called a chokora. Wanamchangia mpaka suti ya kumwapisha. I am pleading with our people. Let us look for the right leaders. Let us now start looking for something that is bigger than money. Because if you are too poor, the only thing you have is money, then it's bad.
Indeed. And that's where we are today. Olkalau decides, but beyond a by-election where votes will be counted and then results will be announced later, that there is a blueprint that is being set for the country moving into the future. And it is a hope that with that blueprint, Kenya will plan. Fanya Mambo Klinulia, thank you for joining us this morning. Let's wait and see what happens. Asante Sana. Good morning. It's 8 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Daniel Zoya. I'm Sheila Tembor. Hundreds of voters have turned out for the Olkalau parliamentary by-election in Nyandarua County, with some arriving as early as 5 a.m. before polling stations opened. Despite the cold weather, voters queued peacefully, many carrying their IDs and passports to cast their ballots. Long queues were reported at Olkalau AC Primary School as voting began. DCP Deputy Party Leader Cleophas Malala expressed confidence that the party's candidate will win despite the heavy police presence at various polling stations.
The entire brigade of the police force, we are winning. So we that will not derail us. And I think initially they had thought that if they over-deploy, they will be able to intimidate our people. But the people of Olkalau have shown bravery, and I'm just glad that it has started on well, and we hope the trajectory is maintained.
The IBC opened all 144 polling stations across the 5 wards, allowing 73,480 registered voters to participate. The closely contested race features UDA's Samuel Nyaga, DCP's Sammy Douglas, alongside candidates from Jubilee, PNU, NLP, the People's Democratic Party, and an independent candidate. Thousands of civil servants will begin receiving salaries increases from 1st August following an announcement by Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku. Speaking in Londiani, Kericho County, Ruku said the adjustments ordered by President William Ruto will benefit government employees across the country and will cover both basic pay and other allowances. The CS has also directed government institutions to migrate their payroll system to the Government Human Resource Information System to ensure the benefits reach legitimate employees and help eliminate ghost workers from the payroll. Ruko said the move is part of government efforts to improve the welfare of civil servants while enhancing accountability and transparency in public service management.
Will be increased, and commuter allowance will be increased so that all the civil servants in the Republic of Kenya can be able to continue earning salary increment in the Republic of Kenya. Na vile vile tunajua mshahara yao iliongezewa tena Januari mwaka huu, and it was backdated to July 2025. Na kama vile nimemulika maneno ya mishahara ama ya payroll, asa the salary increment, it will not go to Waragai, it will not go to ghost workers, it will go to the real civil servants of the Republic of Kenya.
President William Ruto's administration has suffered a setback after the High Court temporarily suspended the implementation of an order placing IPOA under the Ministry of Interior. The decision follows a petition challenging the move, with the applicants arguing that placing IPOA under a ministry that oversees the National Police Service would undermine its constitutional independence and affect its ability to investigate police misconduct without interference. The case, filed by Jonathan Obwogi and supported by several civil society organizations, maintains that the move threatens IPOA's oversight role and its ability to monitor police performance independently. The matter will be mentioned in court on 21st September. To matters held, several schools in Nairobi have alerted parents over suspected cases of mumps among students, urging them to monitor symptoms and keep affected children at home. The advisories sent through school communication platforms warn that mumps is highly contagious and through saliva, coughing, sneezing, and sharing personal items. Parents have been advised to watch for symptoms including swollen and painful salivary glands, fever, fatigue, headache, and difficulty chewing or swallowing. Some institutions have advised parents to seek medical assessment for symptomatic children while strengthening hygiene and infection control measures. However, the Ministry of Health says it has not received official reports of a mumps outbreak in Nairobi. Health CS Nduh says the ministry will investigate the concern through its public health surveillance systems and issue an update once the situation is verified. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Timur.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante.
We will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes.
That's our constitution.
Because this is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away people with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okoh decides. It's 8 minutes after 8 o'clock in the Situation Room this morning. And we continue with our coverage of that and also to be able to have conversations round about what is going on in Nyandarua County this morning. Bomba, sir.
Yes. You see, when you talk about energy supplying the country and it pushing the economy, what exactly does that mean? think about energy security and how critical that is in even peace for the country. Right now, today, we're talking about what energy is doing to the world. Now, imagine where we are today, that we are able to move from point A to point B. We'll talk about everything else, but how critical is energy to push an economy forward, to ensure that people are able to move from point A to point B, that manufacturers are able to do their job. Energy security is important. This is why KPC PLC is telling you that they are here to ensure that that security is achieved and that integration between Kenya, Uganda is achieved, because we are pushing that product from the port of Mombasa to the lakeside city of Kisumu and all the way to Uganda, ensuring that Uganda's economy as well does get to continue. So KPLC is telling you this morning that 1,700 kilometers of pipeline that is able to push this product, and also is being manned by qualified engineers who are ensuring that this state-of-the-art facility gets to do that which it is meant to. So if you want to know more about KPC PLC and everything that it does, you go to www.kpc.co.ke, because KPC is telling you, bomba letu ukuaji wetu.
Kabisa. And we continue to look into what's happening in Kalau constituency this morning as the polls are open and voting is underway in a by-election that has really been like no other. That's it's something where, you know, it would normally happen and nobody would even be any the wiser because it happened and people moved on. But this is totally different. And so before we get into our conversation for this hour, actually while we get into our conversation for this hour, we're going to take another spot check as to what's going on there. Our reporter Ken Gashuhi is on ground in Kalau. Ken, very good morning to you. Hello, Ken. Good morning.
Good morning, Nduh. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning. Yeah, we are here at Thank you. Indeed, we are here at Huruma Primary School, where we are expecting that the UDA candidate, Samuel Mushina, will be casting his ballot any moment from now. But at the moment, we are witnessing very long queues on the class, heading to the various streams. This is one of the largest polling stations within Kalau ward, within the Kalau constituency, and therefore we have very long queues. And we are also seeing that this is a very impressive turnout compared maybe to other by-elections where we usually witness voter apathy. But as we can see behind me, we have voters who came to the queues as early as 6 a.m. when the polling stations were opened for voting. We had queues in the various polling stations. Na pengine, allow me just to speak to some of the voters here. Naweza zungumza na wewe, tueleze jina lako na pengine ulifika hapa saa ngapi na unaona foleni inasonga vipi?
Kwa majina naitwa Paul Gathogo, nimetoka Huruma. Nilifika hapa 6 asubuhi, lakini nikakuta watu ni wengi, laini ni kubwa, tukabidi tu tufuate laini, lakini security iko mzuri, watu wametulia na watu wanaendelea kufanya uamuzi wao.
Na pengine matarajio yako kulingana na usalama, hali ya usalama ni yapi wakati zoezi linapoendelea?
Hali ya usalama iko mzuri, isipokuwa wameleta askari wengi kuliko wapiga kura. Wameleta askari wengi kuliko wapiga kura. So lakini tunawaambia wacheni na sisi tufanye uchaguzi wetu na tufanye uamuzi wetu venye tunataka sisi wenyewe. Watupea amani, walinde sisi, lakini wagoje tufanye kenye tuleta hapa.
Shukran sana. Niweze kuzungumza na mama hapa. Tueleze jina lako na pengine ulifika hapa saa ngapi na pengine ni kipi kilikufanya ufike mapema hivi?
Mimi naitwa Monica Wajiro. Hapa ni kwetu Kalau. Nakuja kupiga kura asubuhi na mapema. 6:30 nilikuwa hapa nipige kura kwa sababu nataka kutenganisha na kuona na watu waone vile tunataka na vile tunastahili.
Pengine matarajio yako kutoka kwa kiongozi ambaye mtakuwa mkichagua ni yapi?
Tunataka kuchagua mtu anaweza kutusaidia kwa masomo, kwa hospitali na maendeleo ingine ya barabara na mpaka sitima na maji.
Shukran sana. Niweze kupata sauti hata ya kijana hapa. Tunaona kuna wazee na pia vijana wamejitokeza. Tueleze maoni yako kuhusu zoezi hili nzima, unaona likiendelea vipi?
Zoezi ilianza vizuri asubuhi, lakini hadi saa hii hatuoni mabaya, ni venye tu laini haisongi. Hakuna, kulingana na maoni yangu, hakuna a very good preparation. Juu sisi tumekaa hapa saa hii ni kama dakika kama 50, tuko tu hapo hatusongi, laini haisongi.
Na pengine ni kwa nini watu wamejitokeza kwa idadi kubwa hivi? Pengine ni kipi ambacho kinafanya waweze kujitokeza kwa idadi hii?
Ni change. Olkalau inataka change. Inataka change. Kulingana na mwenye alikuwa nyuma, hatukuwa tunaona maendeleo. Sasa saa hii tumejitokeza wengi hivi, ndio at least tuchague mwenye atatuletea maendeleo Olkalau. Olkalau imekuwa nyuma sana. Ukiangalia counties zote, Olkalau ndio nini constituencies zote, Olkalau ni constituency moja yenye haina hata university. Sasa juzi ndio tunaletewa university like Nyandarua County, ndio wakati huu ndio tunakuwa na university moja. Ukiangalia Olkalau iko nyuma.
Shukran sana. Nipate maoni ya mwingine hapa. Tueleze jina lako, ulifika saa ngapi, na pengine ni kipi kinakufanya ufike hapa mapema namna hiyo?
Kwa majina naitwa Wycliffe Aumondong. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Olkalau na niliamka mapema kabisa saa 11. Saa 11 ilinipata kwa gate tukiongoja wale wa IBC ili wakuje to vote pamoja. Na kutoka niingie, hii line imekuwa mrefu sana, hatusongi. Watu wamejitokeza kwa wingi kabisa ili wachague serikali yenye itatusaidia kimaisha. Maisha imepanda na kila kitu imepanda. Sasa sisi wengine wamekosa majira, wengine wamekosa chakula, lakini tumejitokeza ili tuchague serikali ambayo itatujali sisi kama wananchi.
Kuna wale bado wako nyumbani, pengine ungeweza kuambia vipi wale ambao hawajaweza kufika hapa hadi saa hii?
Ningependa kuwasia kwamba wajitokeze kwa wingi. Line bado iko na time bado iko. Tumepewa nafasi mzuri sana, hadi ma securities tulimwagiwa hapa kutoka jana, na tunafurahia hakuna tatizo yoyote ama makelele baadhi ya kukua na matatizo hapa na pale. Wenye wajitokeze, bado nafasi iko, wakuje.
Shukran sana. Niweze kupata sauti ya mama. Tuanze na jina lako, tueleze unatoka eneo lipi na pia mbona umefika hapa mapema hivi?
Kwa majina yangu naitwa Morini Hisa. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Olkalau. Nimejitokeza mapema kuja kupiga kura.
Na ni kipi kimekufanya uweze ukafika hapa mapema namna hii?
Nimekuja mapema kwa sababu ya kumchagua mwenye atatusaidia kimaisha. Maisha imepanda, uchumi iko juu, watoto hawaendi shule baba, tumeshindwa karo.
Wewe kama mama, pengine ni maeneo gani ama ni sekta zipi ambazo unaona kwamba mbunge atakayechaguliwa anafaa kushughulikia kwa dharura baada tu ya kuapishwa kuwa mbunge wa eneo hili?
Kwa upande wa kina mama, inafaa saidia kina mama, atufungulie vikao, kama atufungulie vibanda za kazi, atupee pesa za kazi. Kama wamama atusaidie, hata sisi wamama tujishikilie. Wamama tunahaswa, tunakufulia watu manguo, kuoshea watu vyombo, ndio tupate pesa karo za kupeleka watoto shule.
Shukran sana. Those are the views of just a few voters who are on the queues here. Most of them arrived here as early as 5 a.m. and by the time the polling stations were being opened at 6 a.m. the official time, there were already many people on the queues who were ready to just cast their votes and maybe go back to their normal daily business. And at this polling station we are expecting expecting that Mr. Samuel Mushina, the UDA candidate, shall be coming in any minute to cast his vote. And after that, we shall be following up with any other area. Naona mzee hapa.
So what we'll do, Ken, Gashohe, thank you very much for those comments. As we come into, we'll be able to come back to you later on to then be able to get an update in terms of what's happening in Old Kalau. We can see that the folks are out and folks are voting this morning, and people keep coming in, and we'll be able to get an update. Ken Gashohe is our reporter, and he is at the Huruma Secondary School, and that's one of the largest polling centers in Old Kalau this morning. Polling stations, rather, as people then start to cast their vote. And then back here in studio, we continue our conversation around Old Kalau decides on governance and lessons. And to be able to guide that conversation with us this morning is Chepkoech Towet, who is a governance analyst, and she joins us for the first time in the Situation Room. Good morning.
Good morning, Nduh.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. Yourself?
Well, thank you. Karibu sana.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. It's a different kind of day, and for all intents and purposes, maybe it shouldn't be, but I guess those are some of the things that we'll be talking about today. But before we do that, as we normally do, we'd love to hear your interpretation of the proverb that Dennis will share.
All right.
Our proverb today comes from Libya, a beautiful country, rich in resources, especially petroleum products. They have what they call sweet crude, and sweet crude it takes a shorter time to process before you get the finished product that we use in our vehicles, in our jets today. Now, the proverb is, a thief is a thief, whether he steals meat from a pot of soup or he steals diamonds. How would you interpret
it? Now, there is another colloquial term, mtaani. Mwizi hapendi kuibiwa. And so a thief is a thief. And I remember this when in the 2022 elections, and there's a section of Kenyans who kept saying, "Uyu mwizi ni nani? Ni wetu." And now when the thief comes and they start to steal from you, you should not complain. Because anyway, we have said a thief is a thief. Yeah. So whether they steal diamonds, they steal meat from a pot, at the end of the day, a thief is a thief. And choices have consequences.
Well said.
They do. The crowds that we see at Old Kalau this morning are the folks who are coming out to vote, who are going to activate their democratic rights to make a decision about who a leader will be. But beyond that, they seem to be making a decision on governance and leadership. Listen to the things that people said as we took that bite from our reporter. And they said, the overall thing is that we just want life to be a little bit better. We want change. We want the development that they have told us would be here over time has never happened. And so that goes directly to governance issues. They may call it tunatafuta ya kuosha nguo na kukaa vizuri kwa nyumba na chakula ya kukula, but they're saying governance. That's what they're saying. Is the message reaching home?
Nduh, there's what the people want, and there's what is being delivered. When you look at what people say, they're talking about economic issues. They are talking about, the burden of being a Kenyan today, the burden of the economy today. But again, this election today in Laikipia, in Nyandarua, unfortunately, will not be about policy, will not be about agriculture in Nyandarua, will not be about education in Nyandarua, will not be about the roads in Nyandarua. It is about a supremacy battle of two people, two individuals who have decided that they will show their might and power today in Old Kalau, because again, as we know, whoever emerges the winner today will then dictate what happens in the mountain. So unfortunately, the issues will not be spoken to in Old Kalau today. That is not what the candidates or whoever is behind the candidates want to deliver. Unfortunately, the people of Old Kalau are not at the center of the conversation. It's about the vote. Yes.
And you see, it is a sad place to be in, because since morning when we were talking to residents of Old Kalau who are queuing right now, there's an old lady who said, an elderly lady, I beg your pardon, who said, President wetu, tunaomba watu wasitupige, sisi ni watu wa amani. That gentleman has said, we are voting in for a person who will come to bring in change, because the previous guy never delivered. There is what the people are saying, but that is being ignored, and intentionally so. So one then asks the question, as the people of Olkalau today are going to vote with hope that whoever comes in is able to change their life, how do we reconcile that with the two honchos, who for them is a supremacy battle? How do they reconcile with the fact that beyond whoever will control the mountain, this is what the people of Olkalau want? Or does that just doesn't matter to them?
In the last about 3 election cycles, I think that is from 2013, what we have seen come in as presidents or members of parliament or even senate and governors, none of them has been about what people want. There's what people will campaign for during the campaign trail with their manifestos and the platforms and what they will promise to the people. But unfortunately, we are yet to see anyone actually deliver on what it is they say they will deliver to Kenyans. That story will continue to play out in Olkalau today. We have seen it in Emurwadikir, we saw it in Bere. I think recently we saw it in Bere saying that there are lights that had been put or they had been promised and suddenly there was darkness. That goes to show that we deliver for what we want then. It is a short-term promise. It is... I give you something that entices you to get back what I want. Once I get back what I want, you are on your own. Unfortunately, Kenyans have been on their own for a long time. We have been on our own since 2013. If you follow all the manifestos that were given by the different presidential candidates who've come successfully, none of them has delivered for Kenyans. So what makes you think that Olkalau residents will get what actually they want today? Does that... from the precedents that we have seen, from the history, does that give you hope that the people of Olkalau will get what they want?
But nobody's listening to them, Chep. Nobody's listening to them. And if this morning is anything to go by, then they probably have been saying this, but nobody has been listening to what they are saying. If we look at the geography of where this place is, and if we look at what they've told us, what do they have in terms of what they can do? This is a town that's nestled within a county that receives development funds, that receives capitation for schools, at least at the ECD level, and even beyond that. What they've been saying has not translated into what governance ought to deliver. And I dare say that it is not the only place in Kenya where you will find an example of such. So how then do you essentially deliver the people from that? And that's the governance that we are talking about.
Nduh, it is a good question, and it is a discussion that we should have as Kenyans. Unfortunately, when it comes to governance, we have allowed ourselves to be boxed into the thinking of one term and two term. Why do I say that? If we remove the personalities from the politics, then it means we have a chance to discuss exactly what the people want and to listen to the people, as you're saying. Because the unfortunate part is that people are talking, but no one is listening. So how are we going to listen to the people? We have to remove the personalities from the politics if we are to make headway in terms of policy and in terms of development and delivery for the people. Because once you bring the personalities and the bloodlines into politics, then the issues are diluted. But the issues will always remain. When we talk about education and capitation fund, like you said, we always see the issues come into the even national politics away from the constituency. But nobody listens because we have made our politics about personality. It is about time that Kenyans sat down. And this is a good test for 2027. In fact, this is the litmus test for 2027. We are hoping that there will be no other by-election, but that is why both parties are putting in the might to show that, you know what, we can do this, to spend all the money that they need to spend. But are they listening to the people? So it is about time that as Kenyans, we use this as a litmus test to say, you know what, remove the names from the politics. This is what we want. And if you're not listening, we are sending you home. Because I think we have forgotten the power of this. What I have with me for the audio listeners is a vote. What we have forgotten is the power of the vote. We have forgotten how this vote works. We have forgotten that this is delegated power to these people, to to the leadership. And so if they don't listen, what happens? We send them home and we bring someone who listens, someone who will discuss the issues. We call Nyandarua constituency town ya cash crop za Nyandarua, potatoes. What happens to these potatoes? What is the value chain of these potatoes? What is the end product of these potatoes? Could this have been a policy for a candidate who was vying to say, listen, when I come in, these our potatoes, what can we do to add value to it? So then you will have the farmers listening to you. But is anyone talking about that? We have narrowed the politics into politics of personalities, and it is unfortunate for Kenyans. And that is where we were boxed into the one-term and two-term conversation. When you scale it up to the national conversation, nobody is talking about what Kenyans want. Everybody is saying either or. But what about the will of the Kenyans?
You know, Chukwash, in this by-election and even the campaign period, I've actually just thought about it, that we've not even for once heard about the agenda that even the candidates are selling.
No, nobody has.
Nobody has.
Nobody has.
What we've had mostly is it's two-term, it's one-term. It is DCP versus UDA. That's all we've had. We've not heard about the agenda of these individuals and what they want to do for the people.
Unfortunately.
And sadly, is that even the people of Olkalau themselves have not demanded that these conversations be held. Goes to speak about even us as Wananchi and shaping the agenda of what it is we want. Because the people of Olkalau would have said, hey, excuse me, it is DCP, it is UDA, but beyond all that, this is what we want. What's your plan? So how do we re-engineer this for that vote to make sense and for that vote to form the agenda?
It is good that we are now realizing, albeit too late, that nobody talked about the agenda in Olkalau. Because it is good because it is timely for the national conversation. That we have to set a different agenda beyond the personalities. The agenda is set either by the people, and it is fortunate that the media, the fourth estate, is part of the people who set that agenda. So then, like you said, how do we re-engineer the conversation? We need to put away the personalities, because at the end of the day, beyond today, 5 p.m., and when the elections will be announced, and when the winner will be announced in Olkalau, the residents of Olkalau will remain with their problems. Whoever wins will come to parliament to join their cronies and advance their agenda. But the problems of Olkalau will remain with the people of Olkalau unless they hold their leader responsible enough to say that, you know what, we sent you there for a reason, then wanabaki na shida zao. So that should be a reminder to Kenyans that beyond 2027, if we do not rethink how we have these conversations about who we are electing, we will remain with our problems, if not anything worse than the current problems we have now. So we need to start changing mindset to say, what do we want? What do we want as Kenyans? Because beyond Rigiji, beyond the president, beyond any other candidate that will come forth, if we don't think about our problems, tutabaki na mashida mingi kuliko zile tuko nazo.
Chep, you know, when you look at election cycles, right, there is, or rather how I look at it is, Kenyans know that every 5 years we go to vote. But to vote for what is what Kenyans have never really decided. Because beyond the casting of vote and winners being announced, there is never the conversation of, we need you to come back home so that we hold you accountable. Us, tunapiga kura na tunaishia. Then after 5 years, we'll come back and vote again, depending on what wave is there. As Wananchi, finally, in 2027, people have to be jealous for their constituency, their awards on what it is they want to be done, and demand that wewe ni wapi Nakuru East, and Nakuru East tuache sisi watu wa Olkalau to decide what it is we want. Is that a clever way? Is that a new way of looking at things?
We have to find new ways to ensure that our vote matters. It is only a mad person who will keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. We have been doing the same thing and expecting change. It is time that we come back to ourselves and ask, this that we have been doing has not worked for the last whatever many election cycles. So how do we want this to work? What is this that we want to work? If we are truly talking about changing my constituency, changing my ward, changing my country, what is this change that I want to see? When I talk about my ward, I come from Langata constituency, Mugumoini ward. What is this that I want to see in Mugumoini ward change? The people who've put their bid forward, are they speaking to that conversation? Are they speaking to that change that I want to see? If they are not, you're out. Because when you see, it is like a con man. When a con man wants something from you, they don't give you time to think. And that is what has happened in Kalau. That's why the issues have not been spoken to. A con man, ata akikupigia simu, they don't give you time to think. It is one thing, did you check your phone, change your PIN, I'm calling from where? So by the time you realize what's going on, it's too late. They've either stolen from you or whatever has happened has happened. But if someone is genuine, they come, they put forth their bid and say, this is my track record, this is what I want to do. I have gone around the world and I have had your issues, this is what I want to fix, this is what I want to change together. And in leadership, there has to be a conversation. In governance, there has to be a conversation. Where I speak, you listen, we do together. But you cannot always be speaking to me and speaking at me and speaking down, to me. That is what has been happening with leaders, unfortunately, to Kenyans. Nobody gives the citizenry the respect they deserve enough to hear and listen to what they want and deliver for that. Unfortunately, again, on our side, the citizenry, we do not track some of those promises that are given to us. We don't even know the track record of people who come to ask for this vote. You asked me about a thief and the proverb at the beginning, and I am talking about all levels of leadership here. Nobody says, wait a minute, who is this guy? Is he going to deliver for us? Who is this lady? Are they going to deliver for us? So if we are to re-engineer how things are going to happen in 2027, the conversation has to be as local as where you come from. They say all politics is local. But when you have big personalities overriding the conversation and overriding the issues, then the issues will get lost in those personalities. So we have to sit with a leadership that listens, but also elect people who listen. But beyond the electing, we have to track. How do we track the manifestos and the promises that are made to us as Kenyans? Because we should have, in any other corporate situation, or even, it's just politics that there is madness. But in any other same industry, people come back and have annual meetings to say, this is what I said, this is the far that we've come, this is what we've delivered, this is where the challenges are. It is only in Kenya where someone will come to ask for a vote, and you will only see them 4.5 years later.
True.
Okay, let's take a break on this and then come back. And because re-engineering this politics or re-engineering this leadership or governance decisions that we make, I think is extremely important. And then to ask the question that whether we really feel as though Kenyans are finally divorcing themselves from the tokenism that is political at this point and saying, we're done with this. We may take it, but we're actually going to apply thought when it comes to selecting our next leaders. We continue with this conversation. All Kalau decides today, and perhaps it's a point of return where you can say people are making decisions based on not what they are given, but what innately they know needs to change. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so traffic in the city today has not been too crazy. There's a little bit of it still coming off of Jogo Road today, heading into the city via Haile Selassie. And we're also seeing some of that still coming off of the Thika Superhighway as you get then towards Pangani at the underpass and then into the city. On Gong Road, there is some traffic as you head out into the city as well. At your different junctions, you'll find bits and bobs of that, but we'll be able to get out of that in no time. Traffic hour hasn't been too crazy today. Let's just keep it so, and we'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Hii Julai, toa baridi na bei chini, burudani juu kwenye Star Times. Usikose Sura ya Pili, simulizi ya ziada. Mwanamke aliyetelekezwa na mumewe Sam na kujikuta akikabiliwa na maamuzi magumu. Je, atabaki na kupigania ndoa yake au ataondoka na kuanza ukurasa mpya wa maisha? Jiunge na waigizaji Anita Wawuda, Gibson Hausa, Michael Saruni, Ivy Wanjiku na Jovial kila Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa saa 2 kamili kwenye Rainbow TV. Pata aerial decoder kwa shilingi 1399 tu na dish decoder kwa shilingi 2499 pekee. Jiunge leo katika maduka yetu kote nchini Kenya. Bonyeza *858# kurenew subscription yako na kuenjoy offer ya kupata upgrade to the next high bouquet valid till 31st July. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And as we get into continuing with our conversations this morning, Chepkoech, the word that you used and the term that you used was re-engineer. And that means that for the longest time, you've been going in a particular direction where it was almost given that, politicians could come and, make fun about town and give people things, and they would go home knowing that because I delivered 1, 2, 3, that I am guaranteed of that vote. Perhaps things are looking a little bit different. Have the electorate of the country, from where you see, matured politically to the point whereby you can say, you know what, that it is when somebody comes bearing gifts, you can see through and you know that this is the real situation. That whether you got a gas cylinder, whether you got a mattress, whether you got whatever it was, that it has remained clear to you that these things could have been done earlier, but they were not. So that person then cannot be your choice moving forward. Do you think that people have matured to that point?
Yes and no. Yes, because when we see counties like Nyandarua, specifically Olkalau, on the spotlight, then we can see that there's a section who will say tutakula pesa lakini kura tutakupa. But also when you sit with people and you have conversations, because again our politics is based on populism, politics of populism and personalities, we go back to, we almost retreat to our cocoons of mtu wetu. But with a spotlight of Olkalau, we saw people say, you know what, that candidate, I think of DCP, beyond what he had or didn't have, this was our choice when the party primaries were going on. But can we sustain this conversation and replicate it to the 290 constituencies and the over 1,000 wards that we have? Yes, we can. But also it depends on how we drive the conversation. It depends on if we bring out the issues to the conversation. Because beyond the money, then I will think, then what? But as long as the money is the center of the conversation, it is easy for bribery, voter bribery, to take precedence. But when we say it is beyond the person, and now we are talking about the issues and the policies, it is easy to re-engineer that conversation and ensure that hata ukija na pesa yako, nobody is going to vote for you. But for as long as we continue having the politics of personalities, then we cannot change this issue, because the personality will align themselves with whatever coalition is leading. And as we always know, we've had a 2-horse race. I don't know where that came from. We've never had alternative leadership, because this moment in Olkalau was a moment for a leader to take up the issues and come out as an alternative leader. But we didn't. So for as long as we keep having the conversation of a 2-race horse, which we were seeing going on, then we will align with the horse that has a lot of money and come to the ground with the money. But for as long as we can put issues at the center of the conversation, then we can easily move away from voter bribery.
At what point do issues get lost to Kenyans? Because today, Chef, if you speak to Kenyans out there, anybody, even if you just get into a taxi, ukoaje, nangangana, kwa nini, uchumi ni mbaya, shule, healthcare, everything. You'll have these conversations with Kenyans and you understand where their heart is at, what it is they're thinking about. But gets to the election day and everything we've complained about for 4 years, we forget, we go back to our people. Afadhali huyu mwizi wetu mwenye tunajua, because others, anyway, when they get there, we allow them to eat, provided they bring some crumbs to us. At what point does it get lost to us as wananchi that we've complained for quite a long time that it's our time to change, but mlolongo ni ule ule?
It is good you asked that question. I recently had a conversation where, by the time we are making the decision to vote, Nduh, the choice has already been made for us. Why and how? Political parties make the choice for us. By the time we are talking about the candidate of DCP, the candidate of UDA, the candidate of Jubilee, that choice was made at the party primary. We are just making the final decision. Why am I saying this? We will talk about the issues, but because of how our politics is structured, we are likely to retreat to our tribal cocoons. Our political parties are made up of tribes and personalities. They are not made up of agendas. And so, when the time comes, when the rubber meets the road, what do? We retreat to what is familiar, unfortunately. Again, Kenyans are not part of political parties. So we are not part of the choice that is made for us at the onset of the politics. We come in too late as Kenyans to choose what has been made, to make a choice of what political parties have already chosen for us. Okay. So kama tuchagulia mwizi, tuko na wezi watatu. So we only have to decide between. So
it's like when you're in a like a buffet setting. Yeah. You don't have a choice.
No.
What is on the buffet is what you will serve. However, what we are saying here is that if Kenyans were in the kitchen saying that today we will have the beef stew, chicken stew, we don't like the fish stew because it could go bad somewhere down the line, this is what we are going to pick, this is what will be on the table, then now you have a say. You don't have a say when it's already been served.
No. No. Because think about it. What would make a Kenyan say, Uyu tunachagua mwizi wetu? It's because how many thieves were brought forward? You had 3. So like you said, you have to pick the lesser evil. But if we are at the onset of the conversation, at the party primaries to say, huyu hatutaki hata kumwona kwa ballot.
Yes.
It means we have a chance as Kenyans.
So what does that mean? That Kenyans have to join political parties?
If that is what it takes for us to change this conversation and for us to change the choices that are given to us at the end, which is at the ballot, then clearly we have to do something.
We also then run roughshod with a problem. Because political parties, by and large, are not doing what they were originally intended to do. That political parties are used as individualistic vehicles to pursue a particular agenda. And then somewhere along the line, we bring people in and say, okay, we need to have numbers. As opposed to saying, these are our ideology that we stick with, and we say that ours is the economy. We will sing, eat, sleep, drink, wake up in the middle of the night saying economy. That's how you know, okay, these guys. So anybody who knows that the economy is the panacea, sorting out the economy is the panacea to all our problems, they join the party. Then you can say, within the party, we have seen Chepkoech knows that this is how to get things done. Let's give her this position. Dennis knows, then we give them that position. How do we re-engineer, I like that word, even the idea of political parties to then say, come on, guys, it cannot be one guy in his living room one day who says, you know what, I want to be a governor, so let me form a little political party. How do we change this thing?
I like this conversation today because we are going back to the roots and decide and just letting our fellow Kenyans rethink of how we are going to do things. Again, our political parties have never been made up of ideology. If we look even at our president, he has never used the same vehicle to vie for any election. Since URP to Jubilee to UDA, and now we don't know if there will be a coalition. To Kenya Kwanza to... We don't know how if there will be a coalition in 2027. What am I saying? Anytime you keep changing vehicles, it is difficult to hold you accountable. And we change vehicles because we know the atrocities we have committed. And so I cannot come back with this vehicle because it has baggage. If I come back with it, it means you people will question me on you didn't do X, Y, Z. So what do? Change outfit. Again, our Office of Registrar of Political Parties need to rethink of how we are registering these political parties. We have about 100 parties. You tell me why we need 100 parties. Yes, I know it is a democratic space, but in mature democracies, like you said, parties are known for something.
Stand for something, yeah.
They stand for something. If we take the US, Republican and Democrats, they are known, it is clear-cut that you're either on the left, on the right, extreme left, extreme right. That is inconsequential. But here in Kenya, if you are to ask Party X, what is your ideology? Even those who hold party positions have no clue what they stand for.
True.
They know that I followed this party because of person X.
Or because Chepkwech looked at me wrongly last month.
And so, you know? So we have to go back to the basics as Kenyans and rethink our politics in totality. Re-engineer our politics in totality. It might be too late for 2027, but it is giving us a chance to finally think, okay, this is not what we want. We are too late to the conversation. Like in 2032, you people will find us looking.
Yeah. Chap, even as we re-engineer these political parties, right? I am equally looking at the kind of people that we end up voting umwizi ni afadhali kushinda yule mwingine. Why? Because there are loopholes within the law that people take advantage of, right? So you're serving time in jail, but because you can appeal, you are innocent until proven guilty, even when another court found you already guilty. But you can still run, right? But you're looking at political parties as vehicles within which give us individuals who can run, because political parties have room to have their own political party constitutions that determines the kind of people that they give to Kenyans. That means the vetting process at the political party level is lacking. It is missing the point, because it is upon them and individuals that they give these certificates, party tickets, that we end up with lesser evil than the other. So if political parties stood firm on business and said we will only have clean individuals who can deliver as our members, as people that we give the party ticket, would that help in changing the situation?
Yes, it would help. But again, politics is about interest. I like how you anticipated the bat. Politics is about interest, unfortunately. Political parties' formation and putting forward of candidates, their end goal is to win the seat. And so, by hook or crook, they will want to win that seat.
Okay.
Chapter 6 of the constitution of this country is just that. It is just chapter 6. Nobody cares. We know it as it exists in the constitution.
Right.
Nobody practices.
You know what I want to do, Chep, now is that we're going to cross over to Olkalau again, because the Central Regional Commissioner, Joshua Nkanatha, wants to brief the press right now about what's going on. So we're going to patch into that and hear what he has to say, and then come back and continue with this.
Vituo zote zile IMPC wanafanya shughuli zao za kupigisha kura. Walituomba pia sisi tukapeana askari. Nafikiria kila kituo iko na askari wawili wa kusimamia kila stream, na so far so good. Mahali wananchi watakuwa na tatizo, tunataka kuomba wa report chochote kile waona akiwafurahishi katika kituo cha polisi kile kiko karibu na wao, ama kwa wale askari wako karibu wale mahali wako. Thank you.
Kuna kisa ambacho mwaniaji mmoja ambaye amepiga kura hapa anasema kilifanyika hapo jana, pengine uchunguzi ama nini, hatua gani ambazo mnachukua? Anasema kwamba kuna gari liliteketezwa likipeleka agents wake mahali.
Sisi kusema ukweli hakuna report kama vitengo vya usalama tumepokea kuhusiana na kisa kama hicho, lakini kama litakuwa limeripotiwa katika vituo vyetu vya polisi tutafanya uchunguzi. Na tunaomba, kwa sababu tunasikia kuna wale hata wanaenda wakiwa hawana number plate kwa magari zao. Kila mtu ajue ni hatia kuendesha gari ambalo halina number plate, na maafisa wetu wa usalama wakipata gari halina number plate, basi hilo gari litashikwa na kupelekwa station.
Mara nyingi wale wanasiasa ambao huwa wanakuja katika zoezi kama hili kutoka maeneo mengine siku kama ya leo ndio huwa wanahusishwa na kusababisha vurugu. Pengine ujumbe wako kwao ni upi?
Tunasema asa polling station yaachiwe tu wale maafisa wa IEBC na wale wapiga kura na askari wale wako na kazi pale. Wageni wowote wale wengine wasipatikane katika range ya 400 meters wenyeji. Lakini kama kuna mtu ambaye amekuja kwa nia ya kufuruga uchaguzi, huyo tutapambana naye tu. Tuko hapa kwa sababu ya hiyo tu.
Bwana RC, maybe tuzungumzia kuhusu barabara zile ambazo zinaingia Olkalao. Kulikuwa na wale wanahisi kwa pengine barabara zingine zimefungwa. Tueleze tu hiyo usalama ambao mmeweka kwa zile entry points za Olkalao constituency.
Hakuna barabara tumefunga hata moja. Na ndio hata wewe Bridget nikuuliza, si umefika hapa? Na mimi nimefika hapa kutoka Njeri. So sijaona road block, sijaona barabara imefungwa na mtu. Hata checkpoint. Kama kutakuwa na haja, labda tutaangalia, lakini so far hakuna mahali tumefunga barabara. Yes.
Na labda tu kuna swali ambalo watu walikuwa wanajiuliza jana kwamba idadi ya polisi pengine ni mingi kupita kiasi huku na huenda ikawatishia wapigaji kura kujitokeza. Je, wasema lipi kuhusu hilo?
Sioni kama inaweza kuwa ni tisho, kwa sababu tumepanga askari kulingana na ile idadi askari wameombwa na IEBC. Requirement ya IEBC ndio imetufanya tukajua ni wangapi tutapeana. So na kama ukizunguka hii town ama kwingine, ni mahali gani umesikia askari wamekosi vurugu? Hakuna. So askari ni wa kuhakikisha usalama. Unaona hata wale tuko nao wachache wanatangamana na wananchi. Hawana shida. So wasiogope, wananchi wasiogope, wajue askari ndio usalama yao.
So we know from Ramogi TV a few minutes ago, the deputy party leader of DCP, Cleopas Malala, claimed that they've seen several unmarked cars by the police officers, and he claimed that this can be a ploy, perhaps to interfere with the election. What's your take on it?
To us, the security agencies, I think from the onset it should be known that, or remembered that anyone who is driving an unmarked car is committing an offense. So we as the police department, there is no one who is driving an unmarked car. If it is the DCI, they have their number plate. It is the police, even my own car, it has got number plate. So I don't know who this other person is who is driving unmarked cars. And those are the people we are saying we are going to deal with them.
Okay, maybe RC, my name is Emmanuel Talk from Citizen TV. How many police officers have been deployed who are in civilian attire, number one? Number two, we know those who are manning police stations and even the tallying center. Where are the rest of the police officers? Because there should be about 700 or so.
I can assure you that we have deployed the required number, not more than the required number. We have an adequate number to deal with any eventuality, but I cannot give you the number. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay.
In civilian?
In civilian.
Have you deployed officers who are in civilian?
Definitely, the DCI officers are here with us, and they normally put on in civilian clothing. So we can't say that we don't have officers in civilian. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. But maybe a comment from
vile Bwana RC ameongea, tushaweka officers wa kutosha wa kuangalia doria. Polisi wale wako hapa ni marafiki wa wananchi. Ndio maana unaona ukiangalia kamera zenu ukilenga huko na pale, unaona wananchi wana kutana na polisi wakiwa wanaongea. Tunataka kuhakikishia kwamba usalama huko wa kutosha. Wasiwe na wasiwasi. Ule ajepiga kura, aje apige kura. Kama kuna tatizo lolote, aeleze ofisa wowote wa polisi ambaye ako karibu naye ili aweze kusaidiwa. Otherwise, tangu asubuhi ianze hatujakuwa na tatizo kubwa lolote. Voting inaendelea vizuri na tunashukuru wananchi pia, sababu wengi wao baada ya kupiga kura wanaenda nyumbani. Sorry?
Name and title again.
Kwa majina naitwa Geoffrey Mayek. Mimi ni Regional Police Commander wetu wa Central hapa.
The UDA candidate Samuel Mushin has said that they've witnessed some incidents of voter bribery. Has it come to your attention?
Bado hatujapata ripoti yoyote kamili ama hatujakamata mtu yoyote kamili ambaye anahusika na hiyo, lakini wakati tulipata ripoti kama hiyo tukaeleza kitengo cha upelelezi CID waende chini wajaribu kutafuta nini imeendelea.
Asante. Thank you.
Shukrani.
Okay. Okay, so of course those are that's a briefing that has come out of Okoh this morning with the regional police commander as well as the county commissioner. Look, it's interesting because there's certain things that have been said, which we're going to get into the next hour conversation as well with you, Chep. But there seems to be calm and everything seems to be okay. So then the question is, if that's the case, do we see the heavy deployment of folks who've come into Okoh as an element of control or presence?
It is interesting because I think for the first time that ratio for UN, how many police to civilians, it is only Okoh that has made it today. But the question is, as we saw the police trucks heading to Okoh, the question is, are we securing the will of the people or are we subverting the will of the people and suppressing the voice? Because as we know, sometimes heavy police presence, there's police presence, then there's what is happening in Okoh. Heavy police presence might deter the voters from going to the polling stations. And traditionally, that will then that will speak to the voter turnout. So if there is low voter turnout, then whichever divide will use it to accuse the other divide, without remembering that this voter might have felt uncomfortable going to vote because of the heavy police presence. So are we securing the will of the people or are we subverting the will of the people? And when you bring heavy police presence, for example, into a constituency like that, what are you saying as a government? That don't you trust that you have submitted your manifesto to the people and so they are going to vote for you? Or what is it beyond the police presence? Because it will beg the question of why do we have so much police there? Like you have said, we have seen even the campaign so far has been, calm until maybe a few days ago where we saw Kanini Kega say, his car was attacked and vandalized and stuff. But before then, it has been a calm campaign.
Right.
So why can't we let the people just decide to go to the polling station? And as we know, you go, you vote, and you go home. So what is this that the police is coming to
do? It's interesting because that forms a bedrock for the next conversation that we have in the next hour when Eric Okoh joins us, as well as to continue to look into what this governance actually means. Because there's the point. If you allow people just to go and vote as they are doing and go home, then why do you need the presence? Dennis Aseto has gone off to KTN to continue coverage of Okoh on that side of things. Our conversations continue. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. UDA parliamentary candidate Samuel Mushina has cast his vote at Huruma Primary School polling station in Okoh town, joining hundreds of residents who turned out early for the by-election. Mushina was received by election officials before voting and expressed satisfaction with the high voter turnout, saying it showed Kenyans' commitment to exercising their democratic rights.
I feel the process is good because, as you can see, the people have turned out in large numbers, and it's really encouraging to see how people have turned out to vote and to exercise their democratic right. I'm ready for the outcome because I know I'm winning. I'm ready for it.
Early long queues were witnessed at several polling stations, including Kiganjo primary and secondary schools, where voters arrived before polling began despite the chilly morning weather in Nyandarua County. In other news, head of the public service, Felix Koskei, is facing calls to resign, with some Nandi County residents expressing dissatisfaction with the pace of development, despite the county having several senior leaders in the Kenya Kwanza administration. The residents says they should be allowed to make independent political choices ahead of the 2027 general elections without influence from government officials. They have urged Koskei to focus on coordinating government programs rather than engaging in politics. The calls come amid debate over the involvement of senior state officials in campaigns for the Okoh parliamentary by-election.
It is unethical for any administrative leader to participate in endorsing anyone who wants by itself.
Kuna maajabu moja tunasikia kwamba kuna baadhi ya viongozi ambao wanataka walasimishie wananchi kiongozi fulani ama viongozi fulani. Hiyo ndio maana wakasema after 5 years tuwe na election. Hasa wacha watu wafanye campaign, watu wanando wachague ule mtu mwenye atakuja kuwafanyia kazi.
Tukiwa watu ya stage tunasema huyo ni kiongozi wetu. Bwana Ruto amepatia kazi ya kufanya kutumikia watu ya Kenya na watu wa Nandi.
Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruko says the government has completed preparations to mitigate the effects of the El Nino rains expected from October. Speaking in Kericho, Ruko said a multi-agency response team has been established to address possible floods, landslides and the displacement of people in vulnerable areas. Said emergency teams, relief supplies and transport arrangements are in place to ensure timely assistance to affected communities. The CS urged Kenyans to follow advisories from the Kenya Met and rely on official government updates, assuring the public that measures are in place to protect lives, property and food security.
Na serikali imeanza kuweka mipango ya kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wa Kenya wataathirika kiwango ya juu ya El Nino. Kwa hivyo msiwe na wasiwasi wowote. Mheshimiwa Rais na serikali yake inaona mbele, tunajipanga. Hiyo El Nino ikifika Oktoba, Novemba, serikali itakuwa tayari kusaidia wananchi wote wa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri sisi ambao ni wakulima tupange maneno ya Oktoba, maneno ya Novemba na Disemba, tukijua kwamba kuna uwezekano mkubwa ya kuwa na mvua mingi kupitia kiasi ambao itakuwa kona mingi ya dunia.
And Kenya is said to benefit from a UN emergency fund of up to 13 billion shillings to help countries prepare for the effects of El Nino rains. UN Emergency Relief Coordinator Tom Fletcher says the funds will be released before October to support vulnerable nations, with Kenya among 11 African countries expected to be most affected by the rains forecast to begin in November. Fletcher said early investment in preparedness is crucial to help communities respond to disasters, as the World Meteorological Organization warns that the El Nino weather pattern could be among the strongest recorded, increasing the risk of floods and extreme weather. The Kenyan government has established a special cabinet committee led by Deputy President Kithure Kindiki to coordinate preparations, including improving drainage, strengthening infrastructure, identifying evacuation centers and providing emergency supplies. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them they're already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 9 o'clock, and a very good morning to you. Thank you for keeping it here in the Situation Room. All Kalau decides, that's where a conversation is. But from that by-election come very, very many deep-rooted, deep-seated conversations that we will continue to have in this hour. Even as we do, governance expert analyst Chepkoech Tewot joins us this hour as we look at some of these issues, but then also joining her, and it's interesting that we just had a press briefing by the regional county commander in Nyandarua County and in All Kalau to tell us about certain things. So to join us in this conversation this hour is Eric Okoh, who is a security and governance expert. Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Thank you for having me here.
Welcome to the Situation Room for the first time. Chepkoech has already gone through the, what are those things? Initiation. All right.
Yes.
Through the motions. Indeed, through the motions.
Yes.
So every week we go around the African continent. We come back from a particular country with their proverbs.
Yes.
This week finds us in Libya.
Yes.
And this is what the Libyans had to say, because we'd love your interpretation of this proverb.
Yes.
A thief is a thief, yes, whether they steal a piece of meat from a pot of soup or he steals diamonds.
Well, last night I said Kenya is almost like Libya now. So I don't know what that proverb unpacks, but I think All Kalau is here with us.
Yes.
You can almost translate that proverb to All Kalau and say all those happenings. The day is here now, and you are going to see whether or not cries were heard, whichever way they were. And some of us have always said one more day after an election will exist. Tomorrow there will still be All Kalau.
Yes.
So last week there was frenzy as if it was life and death. And it doesn't have to get to that. We should be able to allow the voter to come and cast his vote. I mean, really, All Kalau is a constituency that you almost can bet that they will vote with a conviction of conscience. Not necessarily by what you would see that in the days before, during the campaigns, a lot of state bravado was unleashed. A lot of state terror was unleashed on leaders who were perceived to be fronting a candidate other than the one that the state was pushing for. And it is a litmus test, because 1 year to the general election, how this turns out gives us a mirror on what to expect. Because we have been treated also to state-protected goons. I said, if you can attack people in a restaurant in a salon. You saw All Saints Cathedral.
Mm-hmm.
You saw that church in Njeri Witima. You saw St. Stephen's Cathedral just last Sunday.
Yeah.
You saw Keumbu. And ironically, the DCI summoned publicly the Member of Parliament for Keumbu and asked him to just appear and record a statement. Instead of appearing to record a statement, we saw him flaunting his fleet of campaign vehicles.
To traverse bad roads.
Which he has not been part of. So I think what we are witnessing is, does this money count? Al-Kalau will tell us.
Indeed. And I think it's almost impossible to have conversations around what this security and governance around all of this will have without combining them.
Exactly.
We cannot do that.
You're right.
And even as just before you came in, we listened in on the presser that was given by the regional commissioner, who said an interesting thing.
Yes.
When posed the question, he was asked how many police officers in plain clothes are in the area. He couldn't quite give an answer to that. And he said, well, the DCI are the ones who come in plain clothes. The rest of us are in uniform. But he said something interesting, that using unmarked vehicles is a criminal offense in this country.
Good.
Now, from a security point of view, we kind of knew that. But it happens, that notwithstanding, it happens all the time. A lot of people who gave their testimony of having been abducted or things that people see, eyewitness accounts, talked about unmarked vehicles then picking people up. But he said this today. Now, bringing this into this electoral process, why would he say something like this in a situation where everything seems to be calm? Or why would we have so many people of the security effect in this area if everything seems to be calm?
Very good, and thank you for that question. You see, and I like how you began, that security and governance, you can't separate the two. They go together. Yesterday morning, I was in a TV station with your sister station elsewhere, and I said, it is now government that is pushing even independent commissions to a perceived intimidation of people. Because did you see the Inspector General saying how many policemen, he was literally now saying, I am going to secure Al-Kalau. I have released a platoon, 2 platoons of GSU, of AS2 anti-stock theft unit. There was no stock theft there. Huh?
There's not even 100,000 in this place.
And then on the same podium was Commissioner Ken Williams Nyakomita of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA. Remember, their name starts introducing them as independent. Even this Inspector General of Police, on paper, he is independent. He is supposed to be directed by nobody other than on policy issues. On that same podium, there was an ESCC assistant director called Vincent Okoh saying, if you see any acts that appear to offend the Leadership and Integrity Act, bring it to us. On that same podium, there was Bishop Kefa Omai of NCIC. I got really shocked. I didn't expect them together. Also IEBC. Because you want to let IEBC, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And yesterday, for the first time, one of their commissioners, who, by the way, is the most technically competent and qualified, Njeri, having been Registrar of Political Parties, and before that, she was in IEBC itself. She's a very, very well qualified officer, if you ask me. But she said, not every goodie is a bribe. These people of Al-Kalau were sleeping somewhere. Who told you they needed GOK mattresses? there had not been a mudslide there that affected mattresses. You bring them gas cylinders that with matchbox, and you haven't advised them on refill processes. So all this should have been enough for EACC to enforce Leadership and Integrity Act. Kefa Omai ought to have been talking tough from Olkalau. The whole idea now of this overzealous deployment of security agents was meant to achieve one thing: to create voter apathy.
Why? So that if I see the police in the streets where I would normally be going to the market or going to school or going to work, then I will stay at home.
This fear would have caused voter apathy, so that, and you know what they do, that they would over deploy them in areas perceived hostile to that thinking, so that ultimately people are tired to go to the voting to polling stations, because when you wake up and you see lorry loads of policemen and how police have been treating people in that constituency in the past campaign period, you will almost predict that people will not go and vote. They'll stay at home. Out of the 73,000 registered voters, by-elections don't attract a lot of voter turnout.
No.
But see the investment by government. I watched a PS saying, I'm on the field just ensuring there is rural electrification. It's just a coincidence that the by-election is here. But if there was good order, you wait. You say this coincidence is too close to ignore, so let's allow a good measure of practice to come out. Olkalau, study the pattern of Nyandarua from 1975. Nyandarua as a county, it's the heart of the Kikuyu political epicenter. The original conscience by the Kikuyu to resist what they thought was inept and bad rulers began with J.M. Kariuki in 1975, when he said that government wanted to create 10 millionaires and 10 million beggars. Then, as he walked from Hilton, he was abducted. He went missing, only for his body to be recovered days later. In that voting, that's how Gigi Kariuki came in. Then we moved forward. Then during the tail end of the Moi regime, a new constituency was created called Kipipiri. And Moi did exactly what Ruto has done with Olkalau, with the government goodies and the frenzy. And when the voters came out, they used their conviction and conscience, and they voted for Mwangi Githiomi, who was against the state.
Right.
Let's move on. 2022. Generally, all constituencies in Mount Kenya, Kikuyu, as if you like, were voting for UDA because President Ruto had sold them hope, beginning with the Bible, away from dynasty, saying, me, I only sold eggs.
Yes.
And I reached here, nobody knew my father. It's a very good story, because you say, then it is possible for any other. And then he told them, I will begin from bottom, the hustler, the mama wamboga, and we will ensure you have food in the house, money in the pocket, and tax will come down. Today, if you meet any of those people, they say they only pray God leads them to the polling station again. So, when the people of Olkalau went to vote, their MP, the immediate deceased Njuguna Kiaraho, was elected on Jubilee, when everyone was electing on UDA. Then just before elections, there was some by-election in Rurie ward. By the way, this Rurie is the highest vote basket. So the by-election for the MCA, people expected it was going to be a Jubilee MCA. That's how UDA was birthed. They elected a UDA MCA, the first one ever. So they always go on their own. They think with their conviction. They think with their conscience. And that's why I am almost convinced, I can almost predict that they will vote for the DCP candidate.
So maybe this is a great word that we're using as a buzzword today before you came.
Yes.
Chep says that there needs to be a re-engineering of thought here.
Yes.
So if we have people who normally think on their own, because they've come back to say it this morning, even as they were in the lines, that we want change.
Yes.
We want. There's a grandmother, I mean, you heard it, what she said, we just want to vote, we don't want to be beaten. Tafadhali, President Ruto msitupige. I mean, this is essentially what they've said. So we talk about this by-election, we've used the words litmus test and eye into panorama of 2027.
Yes.
All of these things could happen.
Yes.
But is it also a light, Chep, where we say that it's possible, where people are saying you can actually vote with your conscience and to change?
It is very possible. And that is our prayer for Ol Kalou today.
Yes.
Because like we said, it is a litmus test for 2027. Yes. If we keep praying for our country, and the prayer here is we need things to change. The economy is a burden to the people. You know, the resources are meager. Those resources that are meager and available are also being misappropriated.
Correct.
Then this is a chance to say, if Ol Kalou, with everything that was descent upon them, could make that decision, then it is possible. Because remember in our earlier conversation where I asked, who boxed us into this conversation of it's either or? You know, we were boxed into the conversation of you're either with one term or two term.
Yes.
But we are seeing the Ol Kalou people say, you know what, wait a minute, we can actually decide for ourselves and we can decide through this vote. Then it means in 2027, we can say, wait a minute, everything notwithstanding, we are going to make the right decision that we feel is for us. When he talked about independence of institutions, our question has always been, how independent is the word independent in the names of those institutions? IBC will blame Kenyans for not trusting them, that there is trust deficit. But they are the ones who behave in a manner likely not to be trusted, because you cannot come and say things that were distributed do not amount to voter bribery. So then what constitutes voter bribery?
So which one is the bribe?
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
So what constitutes voter bribery? Because we cannot have these rules being used against person X, but when it comes to person Y, tunalegeza kamba. That should not work. The standardization of what IEBC should do.
Yes.
Do they have the capacity to rein in on these individuals that, for example, are in government, to say that what you are doing is wrong, despite you being in government? But no, we have seen partisan politics even within the IEBC. So how independent are our independent institutions? EACC will come, but who have we seen successfully prosecuted and even jailed because of corruption allegations? Are they not the same ones shouting from top of vehicles every weekend?
So why does it seem difficult to then be able to see? I mean, Anne Dorito, with all credit to her, is not the first one who's been, flip-flopping on some of these issues, that whether this is a bribe or the other is not. When you see, for example, that what we saw in the headlines on Monday morning after the fiasco over the weekend, where there were goons in broad daylight wielding crude weapons in the presence of the police, a security matter, the 1,000 of them that are in Ol Kalou this morning. If you see people who should be doing something constructive on a day like this, for example, wielding these weapons, attacking people, and you choose, because I believe it is a choice, not to apprehend them and start to ask them questions, can you be secure? Why is it so difficult to make a decision and say, even if somebody, because that's what we do, don't we? We arrest suspects. We have not found them guilty. We arrest suspects. If somebody is suspected to be behaving in an untoward manner, we arrest them and then we have conversations with them to determine their guilt and or innocence, right? So why is it so difficult, Eric, to then stand on a decision and say, we are actually going to follow this rule of law?
Let me tell you, we still have very genuinely well-meaning public officers. Even in police, we still have good ones. They're not all bad. I am not a believer of wholesale condemnation at all. In every sector, you will have good people, well-meaning. Sometimes those who are well-meaning just take their 2 steps behind and say, what do I do? We don't even seem to remember that just 20 years ago, we nearly collapsed our country with this thing called elections. We nearly collapsed our country. States that have failed began this way. Do you know, put together, all our police officers across the country, put together, they don't exceed 250,000. Put together. Now, Kenyans are 60 million. When will you use the gun of 250,000 against 60 million? The gun will stop at some point. It will run out of ammo, or the handler will have been overpowered, or both, or either. So you don't want to play with such a situation. When the citizen gets to a point where they say, no, now it's us on our own. These goons, you know what has brought them up? Is that, you know, the original person to bear responsibility for securing us is government.
Yes.
They use our taxes. That's why they're here. So they can't keep saying, you saw CS Murkomen, after doing 47 rounds of what he called Jukwaa la Usalama, came back and on the staircase of Arambe House, all he could read out was a finding that we have 300 different groups of illegal vigilantes. And then he said, more than about 130 are in Nairobi. Then, so we have had CS. So what are you telling us? So every time you have seen criminal acts against people perceived to be anti-government, even the minister when Senator Ososi was attacked in Kisumu, he said those boys had crossed to Uganda.
Yes.
What happened to the mutual legal assistance agreement between Kenya and Uganda? If Kiza Besigye will be moved from his apartment on Riverside, and Musalia said we facilitated, what about people who have gone to an hotel to attack an elected leader? And if they went to Uganda, these ones who now were brandishing machetes and pangas, going to church. Now listen, you are not safe in church. You are not, you know, in the past, even a thief who was being chased, the one who ran into church, you would say it's okay. Wacha atubu sasa na samehewe. It means we are no longer safe. So I said, governments that breed thugs, they are no longer goons, they are thugs. They're criminals. Governments that breed those ones stare into failure. You know Haiti. You know Haiti. We went there and we did a fantastic job. Our officers did a fantastic job in Haiti. But when they come back here, they get into instructions left and right. Remember, at 5 p.m., these officers are husbands or wives or parents. They belong to a family ecosystem without the uniform. So I always say, don't set them against the citizen, because we want to coexist with them over the weekend, in weddings, in funerals, etc., etc. But when we stare into a country at a time when the Kofi Annan Foundation is saying the probability of flare of disruption of peace is beyond 50% 1 year to election, there is every reason to be scared. You know, there's an organization called Financial Reporting Center. There's another one called Assets Recovery Authority. You and me and Chep, if we went to our banks now and attempted to deposit hard cash, 1 million, or withdraw, whichever you walk into the banking hall for, you'll be given a form to disclose.
Yes.
Many of these political leaders we see across could hardly afford to take their children to mid-level learning institutions 1 or 2 years ago. And we know them, we live with them here. They would give checks that would not be honored. 20, 50, 100,000. Today I have seen a member of parliament who runs into an empowerment session saying, I have brought, and they say, how much? 1, 2, 3, 10 million in one event. Where has that money come from? It was drawn from which bank? From which account?
With which explanation?
With which explanation?
Most importantly, where did it come from?
Yes. You have seen now they fly. I was in one event in a rural part of Nyanza 6 months ago. What I'm about to say will shock you.
Okay.
6 political leaders landed in 6 different choppers, and each comes alone. It's the pilot and him. These are the same people who could not afford mileage 6 months ago. And what we are saying is this money is being drawn from somewhere. Where?
Okay. That we start to ask those questions and start to demand the answers, and then is very important. I'd like us to take a quick break now and then come back and continue this conversation, because then the words litmus test have been passed around, like we said, and an eye into the next. But that the questions that we're asking need to be asked, because you get to a place whereby these games, this fiasco, this dog and pony show that we see of people landing in a place and spreading the 10 million up and about, Kenyans are starting to ask the questions. Will they stop until they get the answers? We'll come back and we'll discuss that with Eric and Chep in a bit.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so traffic has not been too much of a menace this morning, and I think that folks have been getting where they need to go today. Just a little bit of that left on Jogo Road as you come in from Manyanja Road, and then it will connect then through towards Landis. Landis Road is a bit busy today as you get towards Haile Selassie. And what else are we looking at? Not much. And on Ngong Road getting into the city, there is some traffic on James Gishuru as you cross over to the Red Hill Link Road, and I think there you'll be fine. Coming out of Limuru and on the Thika Superhighway, all of that traffic seems to have come to an end. Keeping an eye on all of this through the day. Talk to us. SpiceFM KE on X.
Tired of missing out? Want to stay ahead of the curve? Get the facts, the full story, and the truth all in one place with the Standard Group's all-in-one app. Watch live TV, listen to podcasts, stream your favorite radio shows, and get breaking news alerts instantly. Plus, access premium content with the Standard Insider and never miss a beat with the Standard e-paper. Read the Standard and the Nairobian anytime, anywhere, on your phone, tablets, or laptop. No delay, no clutter, just bold, judged, and factual news on demand. And here's the deal. Get a full year's e-paper access for only 7,699 shillings. So why wait? Download the Standard app right now from Google Play or Apple App Store, or visit epaper.standardmedia.co.ke to subscribe. The Standard all-in-one app. Stay informed anywhere, anytime.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We're looking into the conversations around Okoh decides today at 25 minutes to 10 o'clock. But beyond a by-election, there's a lot more, and we're going deeper to find out then exactly what then must be done and what the people of Kenya are actually saying. Chep Towet and Eric Okoh are with us in the studio this morning as we continue that conversation. And during an election, it's like the people are deciding, people are the ones who are saying, people are the ones who are voting. There seems to have been... it was clear that there was a lot of interference, or there was a lot of persuasion that took place prior to this day, and that everything seems to be peaceful. But then there is a sentiment that come 5 o'clock, when the polls have closed and the counting begins, is when we are going to see the things for which the 1,000 police officers
are
there to do.
Yes.
Is that the case?
That's the case. And I am expecting that the voter in Olkalau will actually appreciate that there is nothing illegal at all, nothing punishable by Criminal Procedure Code to vote and remain in the polling station outside it. There's nothing wrong with it.
So why does IEBC tell everybody to go home?
They should tell us, because an IEBC presiding officer in the Maina Kiai case in court, the court held that the results declared at the polling station will be final.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, the meaning of that one is that this grouping in Bomas of Kenya preceding declaration of the presidential results cannot be called National Tallying Center. There is nothing to tally. All they wait for is to verify. It should actually be called the National Verification Center.
Okay.
Because all they should do is a polling station result that this presiding officer at, for example, let's call it for this moment, Olkalau Primary School.
Okay.
Polling station number 101. At 5 p.m., when that exercise concludes, the person is supposed to declare the results in the presence of agents in public. It is meant to be a public event that even media can cover. It's not meant to be confidential. But that is the time you will ensure that transportation of some ballot boxes from a point to the polling station, that is the time a vehicle will have encountered mechanical issues so that it gets to lighting time. That is the time the lights will go off, and that is the time police will ask why people are here, and IEBC said people should go. IEBC should tell Kenyans which section of the Elections Act Kenyans offend by choosing to vote and peacefully just saying, we are only 700 of us in this polling station, because you don't expect one polling station or booth to exceed 700 voters.
Because that's the number on the sheet.
That's the number on the sheet. So, it is me who has come here to vote. I have today decided I'm not going to work. I want to be and see whether my voting counts. But you will wait to hear results that sometimes you say, no, but this, it can't have gone like that. That's the time you hear that people who voted exceeded the roll that you had. So I think I agree with my sister Chep, whom I'm meeting for the first time here. I agree with her that it is up to IEBC to secure confidence of Kenyans. It's up to them. Kenyans are here. They want to see you gaining their confidence. And gaining that confidence cannot be by saying, vote and go home. I don't want to go home. Who has told you I want to go home? It can't be by voting and going home. And you are also the same one saying that goodies are not necessarily a bribery. And you have not then explained to us, broken in the basic manner I can understand, what an election offense is that is called inducement. You know, and this is why anyone who is saying that Olkalau will be ignored, it will not be ignored. There are many Kenyans who are waiting to see what Olkalau will do, and it will easily sway other areas into saying, wait a minute, it is possible to receive gas and mattress in this, but still have a conviction to vote for a leader that I think was the best.
Okay.
All right, Nduh, you know, IEBC says they are free, fair and credible.
Yes.
It is the credible part that we do not believe as Kenyans. And that is what would make me vote and sit to wait to see the credibility of that institution. Now, if IEBC was trustworthy enough to have counted our votes, and I want us to bring the past into this conversation, without everything that has happened in this country, including, unfortunately, the post-election violence, then I would have no problem casting my vote and going home. But because I know their history, I have to sit there and ensure the credibility of my vote, that it has gotten from point A to point B and be announced the way it was cast. That is the problem. Because for as long as you have people who will keep changing results in the middle of the way, that 500 votes were casted in polling station X, but by the time they get to polling station Y or the announcement, they are 1,000 votes. Kenyans will always sit to say, wait a minute, we did not vote, we were not 1,000 people, we were not 1,000. So that is the problem. If they can gain the trust of Kenyans, it means even we will reduce the number of incidents, because it is again in the coming together in those polling stations where the chaos begin. Because incitement will begin from there. Also, we have seen our security agencies take advantage of people coming together. Whether you're being violent or peaceful, we have seen our security agents, even in the mandamanos that have been in the past. You are just walking peacefully, protesting, but we will see them provoking. So sometimes our fellow Kenyans will be sitting in Olkalau saying, okay, wait, we are just waiting to see what the result is. But that waiting is what police will take advantage. If we have anti-stock theft unit there, surely Samburu and Baringo are constantly in running battles with bandits. We have never seen the deployment that we are seeing in Olkalau. What does that tell you? So even our fellow Kenyans in Olkalau somehow have to, they are not even used to anti-stock theft unit. Exactly. Unajua watu wa Baringo na Samburu wamezoea because of the bandit. So even Olkalau people are wondering what the hell is going on.
It's interesting that you talk about credibility, because take a snapshot of the elections that have happened in this country for the last 25 years. And you want to look at an IBC under, unfortunately we speak of some of them in death, but under Sami Kivuitu, that bore probably the worst outcome that Kenya still talks about today. Today we see people on social media saying, show us your pictures and videos from 2007 so that we may remember what happened then and that we may stay away from that. But that was contested. Then we went to Isaac Hassan. That was contested. Chebukati twice was contested. In 20 years, every election has been contested because of the manner in which it has been. We had an annulment of an election, not on merit of the results, but the channel that there's a transmission here.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a problem.
Server.
Ukora.
And that's the credibility.
That's the credibility that we are talking about. So why is it, I keep going back to why then is it so difficult to do the right thing? If there's a rule of law in the Constitution, which is an umbrella body, which is an umbrella law that you must follow, why does it seem so difficult? But for some reason, the IEBC is always the one that is being looked at and said, come on guys, where are we? But if you look at the very composition of the IEBC, somehow political parties who are supposed to be refereed have a say in who makes up the IEBC.
The politicians have a say.
How then will you be credible if you're already your partisan?
Did you follow the proceedings at Anniversary Towers by that committee of IEBC chaired by Commissioner Lutalala Mukhwana?
Yes.
And a clip of the Honorable Gikaria was played. You know, when it trended during the day on social media, I couldn't believe it. I said, Kenyans now are very creative, so I ignored. Yes. But when I watched it produced as evidence, he was saying, all you need is to vote. You only need the finger that puts it. And it was very normal. My friend, a keen IEBC ought to have said which candidate was this person campaigning for and track him from the election. It has to sometimes get barbarically drastic, but within order, because that is the teeth IEBC has. Wanjiku Muya, I hear that all she said was that you should not they just want people from there. You see, like the deployment of police, you need 2 policemen per polling station. You will now find a mobilization of police exceeding the number of voters per polling station. That's where my problem begins from. Do you even know anti-stock theft unit's headquarters is in Gilgil, meters away from that school that whose dormitory burnt down
Moi Forces.
The one where the girls died there.
Utumishi
Academy. And even as we know that matter is in court, I just want you to remember the distance between us two headquarters and the response. There was no response from the time the SOS was raised at 1 a.m., 1 to 2, till 8 in the morning. So you are now available to go to Olkalau in a manner not envisaged.
And maybe not necessary.
Actually not necessary. And you know, next year, you will be having averagely 47,000 polling stations. 47,000 next year. If you work that with 2 policemen, is 94,000 policemen. So if you deploy that, that's why usually during elections, you'll realize you go to a polling station, there's one where you find people who are prison officers, you find people who are KWS rangers, because the Inspector General has reached the end of what he can manage, and he has now, invoked a section of the Police Service Act to appoint temporary police officers for the purpose of the event. They're called temporary only for that event. Now, that's how exposed the situation is. So it is possible to mismanage resources in a by-election, but the general election is coming, and we can almost see if you are deploying all these policemen. So far, every sign in Olkalau is that it is peaceful. So there's no need for these policemen. Send them then to Samburu, where the deputy president just flew off like this, and people were attacked. Send them to Angata Barikoi in Kilgoris and Transmara. Send them to Baringo. Baringo is disturbed throughout. Help them track leaders of these 300 goons that various 47 security intelligence committees have said exist, and through the minister. Help us feel like we're not on our own. There's a government that is running across town using taxes by Kenyans, and therefore appreciates why it is in town.
Nduh, it is in fact appalling, because in that same findings of Gikaria, the member of parliament, IEBC have fined him 2.5 million. So this same IEBC yenye tunategemea, we need to see if their actions are taken seriously even by members of parliament, because they have always been called a toothless dog. And it is not our fault, because we have seen how they act, the results of the things they do. Because if you can find a member of parliament 2.5 million and they don't care, what does that say about you? Ni kama baba, you're trying to discipline your child and he's busy talking back at you. What does that say? There's no respect. And so some of these things and the credibility of IEBC Nduh is by design. The constitution might be there, and all these guidelines, even within the IEBC themselves, code of conduct, but it is by design that they behave the way they do. Because like you said, in the selection of the commissioners in IEBC, a lot of hands are involved, including hands of politicians who have interest.
Oh yes.
So if a politician has interest, Nduh, and you have picked me as CHEP to be IEBC commissioner, who should I serve? Kenyans or the master?
Well, of course, you.
Yes.
And like we know, even in the good book, the Bible says you cannot serve two masters at a time.
Yes.
So there is no way I will be able to serve Kenyans and serve you who picked me. Your interest will precede the interest of Kenyans, whose resources are being used as I sit there as a commissioner. So I think it is also time we re-engineer again. Today, that is the word of the day, Nduh, on how we pick these commissioners and how they end up being commissioners. Because every time we have different hands pulling at the pot, we have the kind of results that we have. And we have normalized violence as Kenyans, which we need to stop.
Not completely.
You cannot be going into a situation expecting, one, we have normalized it in a way that we expect for there to be violence. But also the police have normalized it in a way that they have to meet the violence against Kenyans, which we should stop. He talked about the Kofi Annan Foundation. In fact, their findings was there's a likelihood, and the likelihood is 84%.
Yes.
What does that tell you? It is scary. But I don't want us to sell fear. Neither should we sell hope.
Chap, if I can just interject there a little bit, that this ought to be taken seriously.
Yes.
Because if you remember, Kofi Annan himself, prior to his demise, was one of the individuals who came and brokered peace that saw the end of the post-election violence in 2007.
We have a deal. Wise
Absolutely.
We have a deal.
They stood on the steps and they said that. So for the foundation that was set up in his name, for some of these things to be looked at, to tell you that from what they see and understand, from the things that we see happening around, that the next election in Kenya is likely to be violent. What should that mean for the people who are the bystanders who are watching, the people in government, the IEBC, the Independent Policing Authority, I mean, let's name them, the NCIC, the EACC, the DCI, the NPS, I mean, I could go on for days. All of these individuals have a role, groups have a role to play here, but we're kind of watching the thing, and if not instigating some of the things that could lead to a situation that would make that 84% look like child's play.
I think we look at the number and it is not resonating. It is not hatuingi vizuri what that number means. Because sometimes you look at a number and to you it's just another statistic. Unfortunately, this could mean lives.
Exactly.
This could mean property. This could mean a destruction of a country. It is not just a number. It is not just findings. It is not just a research. It is the difference between us today stabilizing our country and stabilizing our politics or losing it. Our politics has always been very polarizing, very heavy, and very emotive. So the more we continue with the kind of utterances we see from our politicians every weekend as we exchange on top of vehicles and in stopovers in markets, the more likely this number is going to be realistic.
Is that the case? I'll come back to you, Eric, because let me give you 3 of those proclamations. 2 of them you've already made reference to today. When people say, how can you spend 1 billion? Where are you getting 1 billion shillings to pour into a constituency that was not budgeted for? And somebody tells you, it's not 1 billion, it's 10. That's one. A member of parliament, a sitting member of parliament, in hopes that they will be re-elected in the next, decides to buy 3 high-end vehicles. I don't know. It's oxymoronic. To traverse roads that are dilapidated.
Because of his bad leadership.
Yes. Then rather than say, let's go to parliament and legislate so that the Kenya Urban Roads Authority, the Kenya National Highways Authority, and the Kenya Rural Roads Authority can actually do something here, and let's make sure that the budgets are actually making it better so that we can have farm to market, so that we can have vehicles moving and they spend we could go on. You buy vehicles so that you can go speak to Kenyans so that they can vote for you.
Vote you back.
That's the next one. And then you have another situation where somebody tells you that, not all of it is a bribe. It's some of it is just a handout to make you feel a little bit better. How do you make sense of that?
Do scary things to still remember. Haven't you had politicians saying, who told you that we are going to do 1 term? We are going to do 2. Which president has done 1? We can even change the constitution and go. Haven't you had someone saying kura isipotosha tutajaza? Now, it is the pronouncements of that nature that go unattended to within the confines of our legal procedure that then make everyone give up and lose every remaining hope. Some people in apathy say, why do I vote? If so and so said, if the votes are not enough, they will refuse.
Yes.
And that is the reason why the voter in Olkalau should actually see the sense in saying no, based on what I had so and so and so and so. And another member of parliament told me the other day that, my friend, have you seen the budget? Have you seen the amounts of money? The money we will unleash. The money we will, there is nothing else to show than the money. And that is how it is easy for this peasant voter now, today in Olkalau, to say, okay, it is true This money was money we had never seen, but our conscience remained. Because it is still possible that a precedent can be set of conviction and conscience. And IBC also, by the way, depending on how peaceful to the end this process will appear, then their confidence levels they can speak about. I want an IEBC that can begin to traverse the country to do civic education, to assure that, look, for us, it is just right law. It's here. You have a voter, you are in our voter register, we can identify you, you belong to this polling station, cast your vote and that's it. We don't have any more role. They should be devoid of passion and feelings and just say, this is what Kenyans want. And I know we still have some of those ones, and this is how you get some of this intelligence. Some of them come from inside. People who are, I'm anonymous, but this is what is being done. I'm anonymous, but this is what is going out. You know, we are talking about police excesses and why there should be IPOA. I just questioned here why Commissioner Nyakomita was on the same staircase with the IG. And this morning I was reading about a presidential directive to take away the independence of IPOA and return it as a department in the Ministry of Interior. Thank God there is a court order stopping it. Now, what you make of that is up to you.
The reason why we have these conversations is to create insight.
Yes.
For people to say, hey, this is the situation. What can you actually do about it? It's beyond the vote, isn't it, Chep?
Yes.
It is. To say that beyond the vote, that you then exist in a space whereby you're enlightened about certain things, and that if you're really chasing after good governance, then this is the decision that you make?
Nduh. Again, unfortunately, we are a reactive country. We are not proactive, in the sense that these conversations are not things that we have normalized to talk about, to say, hey, this is the makeup of our institutions and this is the mandate of our institutions. This is the far they can go and this is what they are supposed to do. We don't do that. We wait until there's an incident, and then that's when we say, hey, kwani kazi ya IBC ni nini? Kwani kazi ya IPOA ni nini? It needs to get to a point where we normalize having the conversations as Kenyans of the responsibility bestowed upon our institutions, so that we are able to hold them accountable. I can only hold accountable something I understand. If I don't understand what IBC is supposed to do, then it means where we are supposed to have a conversation, I bring violence. If I don't understand what IPOA is supposed to do, then we will have what my colleague is talking about, a mix-up of a commissioner and the IG on the same steps, where one is supposed to check the other.
Yes,
exactly. So we also don't understand the role of our institutions as Kenyans. So I think it needs to get to a point where we need to go back to the basics. What are we doing as a country? Because for us to get to where we want to go to, for that direction to make sense, we need to go back to the basics and sit and think, what do we want as Kenyans? My colleague were talking earlier about Olkalau, and it was funny how all the personalities in Olkalau came out, except the issues.
Yes.
Nobody came forth to say, listen,
what do you want?
As Chepkoech, I am putting in my bid. I want to be a member of parliament because this is what I want to do, regardless of the political vehicle I am going to use. Nobody has done that. What does that tell you going forward as a Kenyan?
Indeed.
That we need to hold accountable some of these people, because where responsibility is given, there also should be accountability. The one thing that we do not like, especially as leadership, we don't like being held accountable.
And that needs to be. That we've had this conversation then is important, and I want to thank you both for being here this morning. 5 o'clock then comes not too far from now, and then we'll be able to see probably in living color some of the things that we've discussed this morning, and we hope that we can keep these conversations alive. Eric Okoh, security and governance expert, joined this morning by Chepkoech Toet, governance analyst. Thank you both for being in the Situation Room this morning. Olkalau decides one to watch for Kenya today and into the future. Asanteni sana.
Been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Good morning at 10 a.m.
The latest.
Good morning. This is the news. Sheila Tembor. Long queues have been witnessed at AC All Kalau primary schools. 100 of voters turned out for the ongoing parliamentary by-election in All Kalau constituency, Nyandarua County. Some voters arrived before 6 a.m. ahead of the opening of polling stations, with voting getting underway peacefully under the supervision of the IEBC and security agencies. More than 1,000 police officers have been deployed to enhance security, while all 144 polling stations across the constituencies 5 wards opened on time, allowing 73,480 registered voters to participate. The by-elections follows the death of former MP David Njuguna Kiarau, with 9 candidates in the race. The main contest is between UDA's Mushina Nyaga and DCP's Sami Douglas Kamau Ngotho. Earlier, Mushina alleged that one of his campaign vehicles was torched in Mugumo.
Incidents yote isipokuwa this event happened yesterday that one of my vehicle ambayo ilikuwa inasafirisha my agent ilikuwa mahali panaitwa Mugumo, ilienda ikachomwa na wahuni, but the situation ikakuwa control. Other than that incident that happened yesterday night where my vehicle was burned, sijapata incidents zingine.
The UDA candidate also claimed some individuals were distributing money to voters. He, however, did not provide evidence to support the allegations. To other news, the High Court has lifted orders that had temporarily blocked Innocent Muganda from assuming office as chairperson of the political party's disputes tribunal. Justice Wilfrida Musyoka ruled that the orders issued on 8th July were obtained without proper service of court documents on Muganda, denying him an opportunity to be heard. The court has allowed Muganda to take office pending further directions, while transferring the case to the High Court in Kiambu over concerns that the dispute may fall under the jurisdiction of the Employment and Labor Relations Court. The judge also noted that a similar case challenging the appointment is already pending in Kiambu and ordered the two matters to be coordinated to avoid conflicting rulings. The government says it is making progress in addressing industrial pollution, e-waste and toxic dumping to protect public health. Appearing before the Senate Environment CS, Deborah Barasa said the ministry in the 2025-2026 financial year shut down 602 illegal discharge points along the Athi-Galana-Sabaki River. However, senators questioned the effectiveness of NEMA, saying untreated sewage and industrial waste continue to pollute major rivers. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi, and everything nice. 94.4.